Please don't say buck. Oh, fugger.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, we are not playing our usual campaign this week because we are missing 2 players. And considering the shenanigans of what happened last week, I really want them to come back.
We want them to join in the fun.
Pretty much.
We need them to rein us in.
Dennis has already told me what Ez's reaction would probably be for a certain instance, and I so want that. Hey, bloody.
Hey, bloody.
Well, good thing Ez wasn't there when we played Vampire Busters.
I think there was a certain event that happened during that would have annoyed Ez.
All of it?
No. Do you remember when at one point there was 2 lovely ladies on top of Reister?
Yeah. You might
I see
not
the
have
one,
liked that. Yeah. It would have been like, you're keeping them all for yourself sometimes. Or something like that, maybe. Who knows?
As you can see from my super professional title screen that I threw together in 5 minutes, we are going to do a little one-shot where our...
Only 5 minutes? It looks more like it took you 6 minutes. The final boss to tilt it that angle. That's another minute for some people.
So, we're doing a single little quest this evening. With us, we are going to have Creature. Creature, why don't you tell the people at home what you're playing?
For today, I shall be playing a teifling warlock called Necronus.
There we go. And we're also going to have Derkork.
Hello, I'm George. No, I'm Derkork, but I'm playing George, human fighter.
There you go. And joining us momentarily will be Sephi Senpai. Sephi is just shoving food down their throat, which is I was just finishing off. And they shall be playing a dragonborn sorcerer named Zhana. So this should be fun.
Gesundheit.
Oh no, that was just Teddy sighing. We got a new toy.
Yeah.
And we're
No,
setting
that
up.
was a fair joke.
We got a very good toy.
A very good toy.
We got a Vive.
Oh, and he doesn't get to play with it right now.
Oh no, he's playing with it. He's setting it up in the bedroom where we have a lot more space to work with than in the office because I nearly cracked the helmet by trying to look over a ledge in the game and like smashed my face into the door.
There are a few very interesting programs available for the Vive.
Oh yeah,
At least as far as I know.
There's one I am intending to play on stream. It's called I Expect You to Die, which is hilarious.
Oh, that one.
Yes.
I heard of it.
So.
I heard of it.
Okay,
I personally love things like New Retro Arcade Neon, which is an arcade simulator, but you need to provide the games, of course, legally.
Well, we were playing Beat Saber, and I decided to try some custom songs, and in my infinite wisdom, I decided to try Toto's Africa on Expert. I nearly died. So, anyway,
Jurnis
we have
probably
our third player.
died down in Africa.
I nearly
Now she's
punted the
pushing out
cat.
team.
I felt really bad about it. She was wiggling in between my legs. Anyway, I will probably stream something along those lines if we can figure that shit out later. But anywho, we now have our third player. So we're going in to our little one-shot. Let me just... So,
move everyone over sooner or later.
let us prepare at our starting area. Oh shit, I forgot to put Specky on the map. Hang on.
Necronus is still called teifling or teifling, depending on who you ask. Warlock.
Yeah, there was no name given for the Tiefling Warlock. I was lazy and just gave you class icons, so there you go.
Yeah, I didn't want to put up an image for George.
It's okay. I threw this together in like an hour, and this whole maps and everything. I threw that together in like an hour and a half earlier on while Teddy was playing with the Vive. So, forgive the crudeness. So, 3 adventurers. You have come to an inn in your travels. You are heading off to the city to join the prestigious Adventurers Guild to make your fame and fortune. Glenbrook is a small town in the on the King's Highway, heading towards the capital. For now, you're resting in the inn. What do you do?
Resting.
In peace I shall hope.
What do you mean by that, eh? It's all peaceful around here.
I have to agree. It is very peaceful.
Very good. They will be unprepared for me.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
What,
Alright.
what are you insinuating?
I said nothing. Alright. So, as the evening draws in...
In the inn.
Yes, the evening draws in.
In the inn.
Once was enough.
The sun's going down. Shut the fuck up. Anyway.
In the inn.
The gods are angry.
No, it's just getting dark.
A donkey falls through the roof and crushes the tiefling. There you go. So then,
It's like orcs,
The
they have
sun-
layers, I heard.
the sun is beginning to set. There is still twilight in the town, so there's still some sunlight going around. When you hear a distant cry, it sounds like a child, a baby, as it cries off in the distance. You're thinking, probably doesn't want to go to bed. But as you lie there, or sit there even, you start to wonder, why isn't it stopping? Does no one care for this child? Where's its mother? It's getting louder. Suddenly around you, the other patrons in the bar are starting to look very uncomfortable. You see the guards start to shift and rush out of the tavern. And you hear the
hell is
commotion.
going on here? What do you think, guys? Shall we take a look?
You see the
Wait,
barmaid
it's
quickly
already
hop
suffering.
over the counter. She runs over and starts slamming the doors closed. She shouts behind her, "Quickly lock the back doors too!" Someone else rushes out into the back. And you hear the slamming of doors and the shifting of bolts as you hear the cry get louder and louder and louder, and you realise it's in your head.
No, that has gotten interesting.
You hear screaming and shouting outside the inn. And
Don't tell me it's one of my old war flashbacks.
And you hear the guard who just ran out the door shouting and bellowing as he's running back towards the door and banging to be let back in. You hear another guard call him a coward as you hear shifting footsteps outside and a deep guttural
Oh, this is very interesting.
Oh, my first wife's here.
what do you do?
You...
We've
I'm
got
gonna
two.
say, are there any windows we can look out of?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah, can't quite make out where they are exactly.
At the moment, you can see the innkeeper is now frantically trying to undo the chain against the door, but she can't quite do it because the guard she's trying to let in has pulled it tight as he's pressing against the door. You can hear him start to scream and cry.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take a look through the crack.
yeah, you take a good look.
Alright.
This may be entertaining.
As you look outside, you can see the lone guard who was once standing outside is now fending off a group of shabbily dressed people.
Right, okay, the feeling those aren't supposed to be your Southlanders hatchlings.
As you watch, one of the ill-dressed characters stumbles forward, knocks the guard's sword out of her hand, grabs her by the shoulders, and sinks their teeth into her neck.
Well, if we don't go there, then they're probably dead.
I'm gonna... Would I be able to take advantage and use my... 1 second. Would I be able to use my Ray of Frost through the crack in the door?
You would not, because the guard is currently in the way.
You would
Right,
freeze
okay.
the guard.
Okay. I didn't mean to actually post that, I meant to post the description, but...
That's fine.
Get yourself together, lady.
As you watch, this poor guard is dragged to the ground as the others fall upon her. They start pulling at her armor, and she's screaming and stabbing
Come on.
wildly with her dagger.
We got two choices. Either we get out and rescue her and learn what the fuck is going on,
That
or we
sounds
just
like...
sit here.
That sounds good to me.
Well, in that case, anyone good with these chains here?
Right. What's stand now is there is like a... Do you know those like security chains you get in hotels? That if the door's
Yeah.
open, you have no slack to take it off? That's what's happening now. The barmaid who locked the door, she's actually got her hand trapped under the chain now with the guard pushing so hard against the door, so she's starting to scream as well.
George, give her a hand.
I only have me two. The only way I can think of helping is cutting the chain.
Just
That's
push
going
on
to
the
make...
just push on the door until we can get the chain slack again.
Okay, I'm pushing against the door.
Alright. Okay, let's give that guard a little strength check. With disadvantage because he's terrified. Yeah, you managed to push him back and shut the door. You can hear him pleading at the outside, banging at the door. No! No!
We're working on it, man.
Can you
Now
undo the chain?
Experience.
Unlock the chain, woman.
Alright. She quickly grabs the chain. Lucy, that's my drink. She grabs the chain and pulls it off and backs away, nursing her hand. As the guard flings himself inside. Zhana and George, could you make me dexterity saves, please?
That's going to be... That's a terrible thing. I'm falling flat on my face.
Let's see. Let's roll severity for you. It's a pretty low severity. You just managed to get the skin of your nose swiped.
God damn it. And I'll hit this chair, and I'll hit the table, a chair here. A chair
Zhana,
leg.
you manage to deftly dodge out of the way as the guard flings himself into the room.
Next step, we need to push against the door.
The door is now
That's true.
wide open.
We need to close the door, lock it. And I
Alright, as you do this here, the woman, the female guard, is screaming for help as she's trying to push these things off her.
Okay. Or do we go and save her?
Saber.
Alright.
If you insist.
In that case, we go out and save her.
In that case then, roll initiative.
Sure thing. I mean, there's nobody there right now, as far as I can see.
Oops. It's, Lucy, you're really not helping. I love you, but you're,
I
sitting
love
on
that
the
the
board.
Zombo has a 0 initiative.
Yep. I just color code them for handiness sake. Let's get Greenie.
They're all still on your DM layer, by the way.
Are they?
Yeah, we can't see it. I can't see them.
They're on the token layer. You might
I
be on
don't
the
see
wrong
them.
layer. Hang on.
Uh,
No, they should all be on the token layer, and Specky can see them.
I can't see them.
Are you looking
I can see
outside?
them.
Ah, okay. I didn't see them that far. I didn't see that far. All right.
I had a cat. I don't know where she's going now. Alright then, and of course we'll give the guard some dexterity. Where's her thing? There's her thing. We may as well let her try and save herself. Okay. Everybody
she
has
gets
room?
to go before. Yeah, I think so.
Alright then. First off, she gets to go. She is currently grappled on the ground, so let's see how she does.
I think that's a dex save.
That is a 20. She
Okay.
manages to kick and throw off the creatures holding her, and she starts to crawl towards you. She is in severely bad shape. So let's see, that's half her movement, so that is 5, 10, 15. That is as far as she can go. She's reaching out
Yeah.
for you, Zhana, and she's just screaming at you, "Help me!"
Thing is, the next one's taken over. The next one's coming.
Alright.
We're here to help.
The zombie staggers forward and will go to bite her again. Slam attack, and that misses her. She manages to skate her legs away from its attack as the creature groans and rolls its eyes towards you as records your group. George, what are you going to do?
I step in. And I'm going to give it a little bit of a two-handed longsword. No, one-handed longsword strike. I keep my shield on the other hand.
That will hit. Colin, your phone's ringing.
That's a tenner.
That does 10 hit points. Alright. That's a little orangey. That's alright, stop.
Roll for dexterity to pick up the phone.
It was your phone, dear. It's literally just as he left the room too.
By the way, I have changed it so that my archetype actually works. So
Okay.
that 24 is actually just quote unquote just a 19, but because I have an improved critical, I can roll critical even on 19.
That's right, but you rolled 18, so that was
Yeah, okay, that's okay. Then that's only an 8. Well,
Alright.
no, it's
You slash.
whatever.
You slash down, and as you step out to save this poor little guard, you aim for its arm, and you lob off its left arm at the shoulder. As it rears back from the strike, it looks at you, and you realise its eyes are glazed white and dead.
Well, at least this unholy creature is now armless.
6 psychic
Thank
damage.
you.
Anyway,
Thank you, Necronus, for that.
are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm not going to go for an action search or anything.
Okay.
But because I have the fighting style protection, now the zombie has any zombie has the disadvantage of when they try to attacking her.
Nice. Well,
Unfortunately,
and
Green
go
Boy
with
is
you.
coming over.
and he is going to do this. Does 17 hit you?
That is. That's a miss.
Misses. All right. It lifts its arms and it flails at you, but you manage to get your shield up, and its rotten arm thunks against your shield and bounces away, unbalancing the creature slightly.
Well, too bad that I do not have a reaction on that, so I could tip it over.
Necronus, you're up.
Well, at first I shall move over, naturally. Just about here, and then I will try to grab my dagger right into the skull of this unfortunate being.
Roll it.
Well, I think it's fortunate if it's down.
That hits.
Then we'll see the damage.
Now,
And
which
that
one
does
did you try
5
hitting?
piercing. I can do math. There we are. Alright. Are you doing anything else?
For now, I shall stay and observe.
You trying
Why
to
are you
figure-
so obsessed with hors d'oeuvres? I don't even know what they are.
It's dinner time.
Zhana! Time for you to fuck
What are
shit
you
up.
gonna do?
Okay, I'm going to move to this position, and I'm going to go diagonally to orange. And I'm going to cast my cantrip Ray of Frost.
Ooh, interesting. Ray of Frost, is that a cone?
I think it is. I'll just have to double check.
Okay, if you're going diagonal,
Depends on where the cone starts.
Ray of Frost. Frigid
Okay.
beam of blue-white light streaks towards creature within range. Range spell attack against a target on a hit takes 1d8 cold damage, speed reduced by 10 feet until start next turn.
no,
I'll
so
say
it's just
straight
a
line.
single target. That's fine.
Alright.
So you're
Okay.
only going to hit orange on a diagonal then.
Yep.
Roll it.
That's- I've rolled it. It's 18.
Oh, that hits. That definitely hits.
And that's 8 damage.
8 damage on orange. Okay. The creature reels back. It almost looks like it's going to topple over, but it manages to catch itself. As it looks over at you, you can see the frost has gathered on its skin, and its movements are now sluggish as the muscles are freezing.
Well, it can't be worse than it's rigor mortis.
Okay. Okay. So, Blue Boy, little boy Blue, he's going to shamble forward. And he's going to attempt to grab the per guard again.
But he will do so with disadvantage.
That's still going to hit.
Yeah.
Okay. So that does 2 bludgeoning damage. It brings its hand down hard and slams on the breastplate of the prone guard. You see the breastplate give way and buckle underneath as she lets out a she falls unconscious.
Oh,
Creature
great.
grabs her breastplate and starts to pull her towards them.
Oh.
Next up is Red Boy. What's Red Boy gonna do? Okay. He shambles forward, and you think he's going to reach for the guard again, but instead he turns his attention towards the scaled dragonborn. Does 14 hit you?
Once I'll do a check. My dex is 113, so
Yeah, but what's your armor class?
armor class 14.
Meets it, it beats it.
Okay,
You take 3 bludgeoning damage.
could have been worse. There we go.
Okay. It's the guard's turn, so she gets to make a death saving throw. That's a save. Okay. Next up is Orange. Orange is going to swing at the fighter.
At me, okay.
Actually, let me roll for
Go
the...
at me.
Yeah, he's rolling for the fighter.
Go at me, bruh.
I hit the wrong button. There we are.
He doesn't get disadvantage against me, but he doesn't get advantage.
Yeah. His frozen muscles just slam weakly against your shield, as you can easily see where he's swiping for.
Yeah.
Okay. George, what are you going to do about this?
Well, I think I'll better dispose of this this piece of garbage. So, one more time. 16 should hit.
Okay. That does hit it. Roll your damage. And
5
that
slashing.
is 5 on Orange.
Yes, 5 on Orange. Orange should probably not be standing too much longer.
As you push it away with your shield, it staggers and reaches out to try and catch itself, but you bring your sword around in an arc and cleanly separate its neck from its shoulders as its head bounces in the grass. The body crumples to the ground.
Well, haven't done that in a while.
Okay, so that one is dead.
Yeah.
Do you have any other actions?
I think you would probably count that as an action if I tried shoving down the sole potion of healing I have down the god's throat.
Yeah, unfortunately, drinking it yourself as a bonus action, giving it to someone else is a action.
Yeah, okay.
And she's also currently being dragged by the blue one, so you'd have to break his grapple on her.
Yeah. That'll be tricky.
You do have other abilities.
I still have my protection on her, and on everyone else, by the way. Could go for an action surge.
Cool.
What do you say, guys? Action surge, yay or nay?
Yeah.
All right.
Please.
Then I'm going to use my action search.
Okay, and you can attack again.
Yeah, this time, or rather, I'm moving and using it. I'm going to attack blue.
Alright. Roll it.
13.
That hits him. What's your damage?
12.
Ooh! Very nice.
That should make the grapple a little bit more difficult. I do admit I am currently in a murder sandwich. Kind of. No, I'm not.
Okay, you sling down and you do devastating amounts of damage, but as you do, it lets go of her breastplate and tries to swipe at you, but you step away. It's now glaring at you.
Alright. Zhana, you know what to do?
Yes, I do.
Alright.
Alright.
And that's the end of my turn. Now I need to rest in order to get my action surge back.
In the meantime, seeing as you are distracted, Greenie is going to be a little dick and he's going to attack you in the back with a 21.
I wouldn't be able to... I'm still in his range of attack, so I wouldn't have triggered an attack of opportunity.
Oh no, this is his turn now.
Oh yeah, okay. 3 bludgeoning,
Yep, need a...
you said?
As you're distracted,
Okay.
he brings both hands
All
down
right.
on your back and just slams against
Alright,
your armor.
yeah, okay. I'm giving him that.
Necronus!
You know I have always loved symmetry. So you have to pull it over there. Why not have a little bit of heat here?
Firebolt to the face. That definitely hits. And that was on Greenie.
Yes.
Alright.
Why do I feel like I'm suddenly at the family barbecue?
You hold your hand out, and fire leaps from your fingers and engulfs the creature's head momentarily. It rears back as its clothes on its shoulders continue to burn. The fire around its face fades away. It's now technically on fire. Are you doing anything else?
I enjoy the fire.
You're so fucking creepy. I love it. Alright then. Zhana, what do you do?
Okay. I'm going to use my minor illusion cantrip. Basically produce a clone of myself stood next to me.
Okay.
To, well, my right, which is there. And then I'm going to try and drag the guard back to safety.
Alright, so for that we'll just say... We'll say Specky is your minor illusion.
Okay.
There's
Alright.
a float. There's a floating potato out there.
Okay.
I was
So-
not the pressure right now.
Go.
Are you going to try and drag her away?
Yeah, going to try and drag her back a couple of spaces.
Roll me strength. Okay, I would say that would be able to do it alright. You get a hold of her by the shoulders and you pull her away. How far are you pulling her?
2 there.
Alright. Because she is unconscious, she doesn't proc attacks of opportunity. I learned this recently, actually.
But
After-
Zhana would have to trigger an attack of opportunity.
From Red
Theoretically,
Guy. Yeah.
from Red Guy, if Red Guy... The question is this Red Guy smart enough? I would have done probably an intelligence check on the zombie.
Yeah, because I've got that illusion there as well, so...
Not
You're still leaving his square.
fair enough.
Still,
Alright.
it would be.
I think he missed you anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a 10 versus 14, so...
Alright.
because Zana technically within 5 feet of me still would be giving advantage. Would be taking the
We
would
got
be
it.
taking disadvantage on the enemy.
Jesus Christ. Alright. It's Blue's turn. Blue shambles forward.
I'm in a murder sandwich. I love it.
And he looks at the image here. And by God, even with a -2, he rolled fucking well. His head lolls as he looks over to his escaping prey. And he lunges forward.
God damn it!
He misses. He tries to flail, and his arms beat harmlessly off her greaves. Okay. Next up is Red Guy. Let's see, how smart is he? Nope, no, he's a fucking idiot. He tries to attack the image. I assume the image doesn't take any damage. It's completely there. So his arms pass through the image of the Dragonborn, and he doesn't look confused in any way. He's just staring at it in the face. Okay. Next up, it's our friend's turn. So first things first, death saving throw. That is a success, and oh, fucking finally. Alright then. As you do that, pull him out, this guy lunges forward, suddenly finding his fucking bravery. You can hear him apologizing profusely to his friend. And he'll enter this as a surprise round for him. So he'll get an attack, and then he'll enter the order normally. So he jumps over his friend, and he is going to attack. No, wrong button. There we are. That hits. 6 piercing. So,
Oh.
As he jumps over his friend, you can hear, I'm sorry! As he skewers the blue guy with his spear.
Get yourself together, soldier.
Sweet undead shish kebab.
You can see there are tears going down his face, but his face is like screwed up, and I have to fucking do this, Jesus! Alright, George, you're up.
Well, what do I do? I move here.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning I have now an advantage.
You do.
On the Zombo. Dual-handed longsword strike. 12.
12 hits?
But
8
8
slashing and
slashing.
greedy. Alright. You bring your sword around in a heavy arc, and you let out a loud bellow as you see the flesh of its back just split open. You can now see its ribs and its spinal cord. The creature stumbles forward slightly, almost falling into your companion, as its head rolls on its shoulders and it turns to face you.
Lovely to meet you too.
You doing anything else?
No, I'm not doing anything else.
And it's his turn. And he's
Yeah.
going to attack you.
How about it? That's
Nat
going to
one.
miss.
That is a nat
That's
one.
going to miss. That's going to miss. Question is, how badly are you going to miss?
It's a very low severity.
Uh,
So it tries to swipe at you, but its tendons in its back have been severed. So whenever it tries to stumble forward for the swipe, it just completely collapses in on itself, and it is now prone.
Necronus,
You're up.
if you'd please.
Oh, for clarification, I can do an attack the cantrip in the same round, right?
You can.
A cantrip's.
It depends on
bonus
it depends
action.
on the cantrip. Some cantrips are bonus actions, some are actions.
I couldn't resist anyway. There's a bag right in front of me, and I have daggers.
It is on the ground.
It's lying there. Look. It's easy
23
prey.
definitely hits it.
Only
Nice.
5 piercing.
Armor in the
Nice.
skull.
You do. You dip down and you slam your dagger into the back of its skull, and you hear that
Nice.
as its bone cracks and leaves way. You hit it with such force that the hilt basically caves in the back of the skull as it lies prone on the ground.
Well,
And in the skull, it stops moving.
I
Well.
love my art. So, do I have one more for Eldritch Blast? Can I do that?
you still have movement and Eldritch Blast.
You do.
If Eldritch Blast is a bonus.
Is Eldritch Blast a bonus move?
Oh, I can tell.
I will tell you in a moment.
Let me check for a second.
Uh,
It's an attack.
it is
it's
one
not a-
action. Yeah.
It's an
well.
action.
And I'll just move. Can't hurt to distract. Oh,
Okay.
By the way, since you reduced that creature, you gain 4 temporary hit points.
oh true. Thank you.
Don't you?
I think that's only if he does it with a spell.
No. Dark One's Blessing. Oh, it's 6 actually.
No, there you are. There
Dark
you go.
One's Blessing, when you reduce a hostile creature to 0 hit points, you gain 6 temporary hit points.
That's
I'll
it.
take it.
So you have 6 temporary hit points. Okay then.
Not that you would need them right now.
Zara. What are you
Zhana.
gonna do?
Jhana.
Zana. Sorry.
I'm going to go for
Henry.
two-handed quarterstaff strike on blue. Try and take its head off.
Roll it. That hits.
3 bludgeoning.
3 bludgeoning on blue. You heft your quarterstaff and you swing like that weird game you once heard people play. And you crack it on the skull. You see its jaw detach and fly and bounce down the path, knocking off Red's head before it comes to rest in the grass.
Red's head?
Yep.
So Red's dead as well?
No, Red is alive.
No. It's bouncing off.
It just
Yeah,
bounces
just-
I
off.
hear knocking off and I think the head's falling off.
So, as you watch the jaw, you realise that its head is kind of lolling forward as it looks at you now, with its tongue just kind of lolling down where its jawbone used to be. So it's like,
Well, don't complain, you started the fight.
that reminds me of an old friend of mine.
are you doing anything
That's
else?
what they say.
Don't tell me it's a turtle.
No, I'm just going to stick where I am and be ready.
Alright, let's see how you do. Okay. You watch as it lifts its arms and just swings wildly as its arms reach out and try to slap Necronus. Is that how you say your name? Necronus.
Yes.
Yes.
And it misses you.
It's not a Necronus.
Okay, so it misses you.
Of
Next up.
course.
Is Red. Let's see if Red is still dumb. Oh, Red is super dumb. Red rolled a 0 on his intelligence check.
Alright.
He's still swinging and trying to bite at the image. Okay.
Why won't you be eaten?
Alright. So, the guard is now looking at this thing and he's just like, oh god, oh Jesus! And he tries to poke it in the head with a spear and he manages it. So let's see how much damage you do with that. 6 piercing. Alright. So
It should be
watch-
dead by long.
as this crying, quivering guard just lunges forward with the spear, and the spear goes through where the jaw used to be and just erupts out the back of its head, nearly skewering Necronus as well, but he managed to avoid it. You see him kind of back away and freak out as he tries to shake the corpse off his spear.
Calm down.
Well done, soldier.
Stop crying and get on with the other one.
Death saving throw, and that is 3 successes. So she is stable with 1 hit point, but still unconscious.
Well, you better get her inside.
George, you're up.
I point to the guard and say, you better get her inside.
Okay. She's gonna kill me for this.
You'll be alright, soldier. And I move here in order to allow Necronus or anyone who wants to easily take on the murder sandwich and, again, 2-handed longsword to the head.
Roll it.
That would be a 20.
That will be a hit.
That will be another 12.
Is it a crit?
Nice.
No, it's not a
no.
crit. It's just total 20.
Yeah,
Alright,
he rolled a 15.
Ah, fair enough.
Alright. So, as you done with the other fellow before, you bring your sword down in a heavy arc and slash open its back. You hear several ribs crack and you feel them tear and break under your strike. The creature reels, not knowing where the strike came from, but it is still very much alive. Well, undead. Necronus, it is your turn.
If you please. If you please.
What do you have to roll if I want to poke one of my fingers into the eye holes?
Stabby.
What
What do I roll for that?
You're trying to stab it with your dagger?
Now I'm going to use my fingers and poke it into both eyes.
That would be an unarmed strike. I don't know if I have that on your character sheet.
No, it's not.
That's a pity because I would like to do that and then use, the fire spell.
Well, if you're going to use the fire spell,
I'll
if
the Three
poking it in
Stooges
the face
skit.
is for flavor instead of damage, go ahead.
All right. So Necronus takes 2 fingers and very jauntily rams them into both eye sockets and then uses them to fire a firebolt.
I would be so happy if you missed. But yeah, that hits. Roll your damage. 3 fire damage. Alright. So you poke it in the eyes. It kind of reels back as you don't get a grip, and you just blast it in the mouth and nose with fire, and it reels going as its nose just burns away, and the flesh around this face just melts, and you're getting this bony, moist, fleshy face just glaring at you.
Not quite what I had aimed
glaring.
for, but quite interesting indeed.
Anna.
Okay, I'm going to move down to here, and I'm going to try Ray of Frost again.
You will hit George. Oh no, wait, you're there. Never mind. Sorry, I thought
No,
you were
there.
close for a second.
No.
Yeah, sure, roll it.
No.
That hits.
Okay, 17.
I won't be hit
You
anyway.
need to cool down.
All right.
You don't have it, no chill.
Stay cool, bird boy. So,
Yes.
I don't know what this accent is.
as you watch the
Terrible
flames that have
Schwarzenegger.
engulfed its face just kind of putter out as its flesh starts to blacken with freezer burn. And you can hear the creaking of its muscles trying to move against the frozen flesh.
Chill out.
Stay cool, bird boy.
Let's see, who's he going for? And he's going for George. I'm literally just rolling to see who he's going for.
Alright. Yeah, that hits.
Ooh.
21 hits.
What is it with these zombies getting 21? Jesus. So, he flails around and just manages to backhand you on the neck, doing 6 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, bringing me down to 19.
Okay. Next is our neighborhood card. He's going to run around his companion.
Get her
he
inside.
is going to pull her inside. You can deal with this!
Oh, yes, we can.
Oh, we're already on it.
To be fair, I think he's about to keel over anyway, so...
Yeah, I could probably just tap him a little bit.
Just give him a lap tap, darling.
Yeah, but first, of course, they're going to take care of the woman.
Okay. And
Looks like a terrible bite.
she's out of the fight. Alright, George, it is your turn.
Love tap with the longsword, one-handed this time.
Roll it. That
That's an
definitely
18.
hits.
And that's a 7.
Alright.
Flashing.
As it's recovering from smacking you in the back of the neck, you take great personal offense to that as you arc around your sword. Bringing it on an upward strike, you cleave it through the armpit, taking off its arm, continuing up and cleaving it by the neck. The arm and head fall to the ground, and the body collapses around it.
What a nice cross-section.
I haven't done that in a while.
You should do it more often.
I'm glad you shaked off the rust.
The creatures are fallen. The guard has run back outside. Is that all of them? What happened?
Yes, sadly we already ran out.
Simple. They came here, picked a fight, we put an end to it.
Where did they come from?
I would say somewhere down south. Probably doing having something to do with its strange cry.
That is logical.
After all, that sounded like it was kind of the rallying. But I swear I can speak, even though I had a nail too much.
You've noticed now that the crying is no longer here. You can no longer hear it. It was present throughout near enough the entire fight, but just before you felled the last creature, it faded off into nothing. You heard that too, then?
But the annoying hatchling, yeah.
Miss. Was kind of hard to miss.
That was horrifying.
Sounded like my entire skull was vibrating with the screaming.
Look, I have to go report this to the Watchmaster. We need you to stay here. He'll probably want to talk to you later.
I understand.
Okay.
And look after Hannah. He shouts as he runs off.
Okay, I feel like Necronus should be kind of knowledgeable about this kind of thing, so I would like to roll to figure out if I have a basic idea of what's going on here.
Sure.
What
Roll
would
me
you say?
a knowledge. I would
History?
say roll me. I'm not sure actually.
Arcana, maybe?
Yeah, roll Arcana.
And I rolled whether or not I heard of something like that before. That would be a history check.
You have heard of spirits You have heard of certain types of undead or spirits that have been able to raise others and cause frenzies. Although you've never heard it personally before, the only one you would know of would be liches, but their wail tends to drive people insane.
Oh, you tell me it's a banshee.
This is a bit of an unusual situation. Now I kind of wish we had left some of them alive. Or almost alive.
I don't think they were alive anymore. We should probably
I wish we had left one active to study it a little bit more. I feel like they would have had much to learn.
No, wait a day, there'll be more tomorrow. The barmaid just kind of leans around.
Oh, is that a regular occurrence here?
This past 2 nights there's been creatures. There's never been that many. It's usually one. And that cry, that horrible cry. That was new.
That wasn't new. It sounded very close to me.
I am a bit of a connoisseur of this kind of music, but I don't welcome it unbidden.
All I know is I find your hatchling's cries irritating.
This was no ordinary hatchling of ours.
Well,
this was no ordinary baby, I would say.
Well,
I don't know what it is. Let's go in. I think we all deserve a little drink after this.
Consider this round on the house. Thank you.
Well, there's always profit in killing.
She walks.
Right now, the profit is another drink.
She walks around the counter and serves you up some ale and wine. Damn it, Spiky, get in the door. There we are. You hear muttering from somewhere over here. But you can see that there is now a trail of blood weaving between the tables and going down that same path.
We should probably take a look at the guard.
Yes, that was a nasty bite, that.
Yeah, and one of you know a little about healing?
Don't look at me.
I'm looking at both of you. I mean, Necronus, sorry you didn't seem to be the healing, more the killing type.
Yeah, I'm much for the opposite of healing.
Well, sometimes you still know what to do. You need to be alive to kill.
Take a look.
Well, don't look at me. I've only been with you non-scales for like a year or so I don't know anything about your bodies.
Well, still, sometimes, you know, stuff even works across the people.
I'll take a look, but I
Taking a
can't
look.
guarantee anything. I don't have any healing spells.
All right.
Again, taking a look won't hurt. Me.
Yeah.
As you enter the room, you notice the guard is now on the table, and there's another woman who you had noticed had been drinking in the bar before. She's currently taking off the guard's armor. She's breathing pretty heavily. She's pale from the loss of blood, but she is breathing. The woman looks up to you and says, "What are you doing in here?"
We were asked to check on her a little bit. How's the status? How's she going?
She'll live, but she'll need a lot of rest.
Yeah, just roll medicine to see if I know what can be done.
I'll join you in that.
The tiefling warlock somehow gets the image that bloodletting would be a great help in this instance.
It would help me.
But Zhana leans over, and in your brief experience with humans, you know that they tend to look after themselves. You can see that this other woman has already started to clean and bandage her wounds.
Yeah, she'll be okay as long as you keep up what you're doing.
I know. I might not know much, but I can deal with wounds.
Guess the experience of bar fights?
Midwifery.
Oh, fair enough.
I think her name's Hannah.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, the guard said so. Would be a pity if she died.
She fought
Well,
them
she
off
should
before.
be-
It looks like she just got overwhelmed this time.
Yeah, looks like whoever she fought off came back with a vengeance.
Yeah, she should be fine. Just like I say, just keep looking after her.
Well, I have to deal with a little bit more intimate injuries, so
I understand.
she looks at the man and is just like, yeah, like, go.
Yeah, I'll be out here. Just let me know if I can help with anything.
As you leave, she starts to take off the woman's armor in earnest to deal with her wounds.
Yeah. God damn it.
I feel like, yeah.
I just wonder if this is the second night. Last night was easier. I feel what will come next night.
Well, she said it was the third night.
Yeah, but last night it was easier. So far it was easier. Now that they're running into opposition.
There was only one apparently last night, so
Yeah,
somehow these extra ones have appeared tonight.
yeah.
Staying the other night is definitely going to be greatly beneficial to my studies.
I suppose, and I'm not an expert on stuff. But I wouldn't be surprised if this meant that the crying was actually a rallying cry.
It's possible.
As you ponder this, you hear the heavy clanging and shifting of armor as several people run in the door, heavily armed.
I turn around and salute just out of habit.
What happened? We heard there was a mess going on.
You could say so, sir.
It did get messy.
Okay.
4 creatures, probably undead, approached the guard woman Hannah and tried to enter the building.
Hannah? Where is
Yes.
Hannah? Calm
She's
down,
currently,
Ola. Calm down. It's all right. She took a
She's,
little bit of a beating.
She's
Barbara's
alive.
like, hold up her
She'll
hands.
Yes, I
be
think
all
you
right.
should.
Nerves.
She'll live.
I try to see what his relationship is with her.
The woman stand before you. You can see she is wearing better quality armor than the two men behind her, and you can see on her shoulder there appears to be a badge of office.
I was meaning, is she related to Hannah?
Yeah, you can see there is familial resemblance.
What is she, your daughter or something?
Sister, most likely.
She kind of rounds on you with the glare. Not that it matters to you, but yes.
Matters to me because I pulled her ass out. We pulled our ass out of there.
She kind of grits her teeth. Well, I thank you for that. How many of them were there? Just the 4 outside?
We could
As far
only
as we
spot
know.
4 creatures.
There was 2 others down the river. They got stuck in the deep mud. Again.
Lucky for us.
6. That is a good number.
Well, it's not a good number if they're trying to kill innocent people.
You can say that again. Stay there a moment. I want to have a word with you. You stumble into the room you were chased out of a moment ago. The 2 guards kind of one of them heads over to the barmaid and starts talking lowly while glancing over to you. And the other just kind of leans on this table, his hand on his sword, just watching you guys. Especially you, Necronus.
What is
I
if
do
you,
enjoy being watched.
you know, considering you scaleless, have no natural arm of your own, you'd sure have to make yourselves look pretty in it.
He just kind of glares at you.
I just carefully saunter over. Just say easy. He's not doing any harm. He was helping.
Yeah, well, keep him under control.
Well, he seems to be rather under control right now.
Behave yourselves. She comes out, she's looking between her guards as she says that. Sorry about that, but we've had issues with one of your kind before, but I suppose I owe the 3 of you a debt of thanks. Your stay in the inn tonight will be covered by the town, and your food. And
Thank you.
have my personal thanks for protecting my daughter. I don't suppose you're in a rush to leave town after this, are you?
Not really.
I remain intrigued.
I would like to know what's going on.
You and me both, my friend. It seems whatever is controlling these things is hard for us to pin down. My hands are tied with what we can do. I can't look into things as I'd want to, and I need to do damage control. So, perhaps you're willing to be hired for an investigation?
It would be my pleasure.
What's the asking price?
She kind of looks over to the barmaid, and the barmaid shrugs for a second. She says, food, board. I'll see if I can work up any gold.
Come on, we could be the heroes of the people here.
Would it be a bother if I kept those remains?
I was going to have them burned, but
I would at
Is
least
there-
like to have a quick look before you do that.
roll persuasion.
Persuasion.
No. She looks at you and says, nothing good can come of that. We need to burn these things as soon as possible before something else happens.
Ah, what a shame.
But anyway, I need to go and deal with this. Perhaps you can look around in the morning. There's a church across the bridge. Maybe talk to the priest there. See if you can find out what's going on in his graveyard. But until then, we have things to do! She raises her voice to the guards. This fellow over here, he kind of leans over and pecks the barmaid on the cheek and then hurries to follow behind. As the 3 of them head out.
All young people's love.
I don't know, there's not enough biting for that.
We show our love a little bit different than your kind.
Speak for yourself.
It involves mouths.
You're a tiefling, and I'm a human. We kind of do stuff differently.
The same as
I
me.
should hope so.
Most people here decide to go at least with a peck on the cheek if they are in a relationship. Anyway.
So innocent.
God, I don't want to hear about your love stories.
Don't have any.
Alright. The sun has truly set by now, and you notice people are starting to file out of the tavern. The barmaid leans down, comes round, and essentially says, "We have rooms down there, just past where poor Hannah's resting. Take your pick. We are pretty empty tonight. And try not to disturb the other guests. And, thank you again. I hope you enjoyed your meals."
Well, thank you very much. Trying to do our best to keep you and your boyfriend safe.
Well, he can try that for a bit. See what happens.
Alright.
Like,
have a good one.
She waves over her shoulder and starts to cling around the tables.
Boyfriends.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm knackered.
I could do with a rest, yes.
Yes, I shall retreat as well.
Well, I'm gonna give her a little bit of nice and quiet. I'm taking the second room to...
In that case,
Which one do you guys want?
I'll take this room.
Okay. As
All
you
right.
pass by the first room, you see that Hannah has now been bandaged and tucked into the bed, and the midwife, as the only medical person here, is staying beside her to keep an eye on her for now.
I step over to her and say, "Look, I usually try to keep... sorry to disturb you this late. But if anything happens, I have a potion of healing on me. And if you need it for her, just let me know. Alright?"
Well, if you're going to hunt down those things, you might need it more than her, but a bit of rest, she'll be alright.
Alright. If anything's happening, I'm in the room, one door down on the left then.
Thank you.
Alright. Good night.
Good night, sir.
And with that, I try to figure out a way to get myself unstuck and move into my room.
There you are. Alright. So, you rest for the evening.
It's a long one.
Yeah, you take a long rest. You recover your health. You take your time to breathe and rest. As the morning comes by, you start to hear people moving around in the bar out at the front. Where's my tavern music not playing?
I don't know.
It's playing for me.
It's not playing for me.
Neither from
There it is.
There we go. Alright.
Alright.
Not playing for me. Boo. Ah. Continue on. So, you notice that there are several people eating what appears to be breakfast. Does anyone peer in on Hannah that morning?
I softly tap on the door frame and...
Well, it's more
Check
like
in.
a curtain, not a door.
Well, I tap on something solid before I enter.
Come in. You notice
I see.
Hannah is now seated up on the bed. She has a tray with a rather thin soup in front of her. Her face is just that sickly green, bruised colour. And there's a number of bandages around her neck and arms.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just kind of looking at you like, who are you?
I was one of the people who pulled you out of the very bad situation last night. How are you doing?
Well, a lot better, thanks to you, I suppose.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
There was only one I could see. I thought I could handle it, and then the others came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's like they sprung up from the ground or something, eh?
They came from the river.
Yeah. It's a good thing we didn't have to deal with every one of them. 2 of them got stuck.
Yes, those were one of the ones I was going to help deal with, and then I saw one off on its own, and I thought I could deal with it.
And then the others came.
Yes.
I hate ambushes.
They were
I'm
already
a soldier
ashore.
myself.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, perhaps we could learn something from you.
Well,
But I
would say we're all learning from each other.
She kind of smiles awkwardly at you, and she's like, "Well, I do appreciate your help, but she kind of motions to herself. I know you realise she's just in bandages and a light shirt, so she's like, leave."
All right. I was just trying to check in with you, seeing how you're doing.
I appreciate that. Yes, you wouldn't mind
All right.
closing the curtain on your way out, would you?
No, not a problem, not a problem. And I closed the curtain behind me because and I nudged Necronus, no peeking.
I'm just here to remind you to either knock or be stealthier.
I was knocking.
Good to know.
I wasn't knocking up, however.
Jesus.
Oh my! I've heard slang about that sort of thing.
Alright. So, as you head out into the main room, you realise that there is quite a number of common folk sitting around eating breakfast, and you can hear them. As you enter the room, you hear them go slightly hush as they look over to you, and a few start leaning in closer, and you can hear them whispering excitedly as they glance over to you.
What are they whispering?
Alright. George, you can hear them talking about your fantastical feats with a sword. Did you see how far the head went when he got it? Sephi, you hear a few mentions of the scaled one, and you hear a few amazings, but you can't hear what else is saying. You appear pretty much the same as George. You hear them basically talking about your prowess in battle. So it seems you have impressed the peasantry.
Well, it's always good to make new friends.
Aye, that could be said true. Here you go. She motions to this table here, which already has food and drinks laid out for you.
Thank
All right.
you very much.
So use
Pardon me, coming through.
Oh, sorry. So I take it you lot are gonna have a look into this issue.
We've got nothing better to do.
It's at least a very strange thing, and I mean, it's not like you people are doing something to justify that.
Well, sadly enough, we only have a few people in the guards, and they got their hands full. These
With those
creatures.
things, definitely.
So, where you planning on starting? So she's just kind of leaning on the table now, just kind of looking between you. Is all. It's like, you guys are cool. So
We're not planning.
where you planning on getting a start on this?
As soon as we have finished this no doubt delicious meal that you set out for us.
We said something about the church.
Oh yeah, it's across the river. You'll find out easily enough.
Follow the trail of the undead bodies, huh?
Oh, yeah, pretty much. Well, we know where they're coming from. They're coming from our graveyard. That was my Uncle Mike you decapitated out there last night. Don't worry
Sorry about that.
don't worry about it. He was a dick.
Still.
Is a reason
Still,
he's dead.
it's always a pain to see those in the family to torn to shreds.
Yeah, well, we don't know what's going on here, innit? It is, you hear all the stories about the dead coming back, and you don't think it will ever really happen, and then it happens, and you're just thinking, like, what? That can't be true, right?
Yeah,
Right.
see, I mean, if they were behaving themselves, you could almost turn it into a tourist attraction. But no, they have to attack the common people.
Rule an insight check if anyone wants to find out what's going on with her. Alright. George, you get the indication that this woman is fucking terrified and she is trying to cover it up with humor. So she's just kind of leaning in on you guys going, so you gonna fix this? Yeah, you're gonna fix this?
Put my arm on her shoulder, and say, "We're going to try at least."
Alright. Yeah, okay. Should I go?
No need to worry about anything anymore.
I'm worried. Who's worried? We're all good here. Yeah. So yeah, enjoy your meal. She just kind of wanders off again. She's just got this really weird fixed smile on her face, but her eyes are wide. It's just like, oh no.
Oh, how adorable they can be.
Well, you consider them adorable. I consider them scared shitless.
Isn't that part of the charm?
I'll be back in a second.
All right.
Depends on what you consider charming.
Hmm.
So
I
then-
wouldn't consider that too charming.
So then,
Well,
what is your plan?
As soon as our friend is back from showing it all into their gob,
Maybe.
and is
I mean,
willing to talk.
Dragonborn are known for their weak cloaca.
Roll a nature check.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, if you want.
Fuck, he's even right.
You recall somewhere that word is actually something to do with the genitalia of a lizard.
That's what I said.
Well, are you trying to bullshit me? The question is, are you trying to bullshit me?
Why would I do that?
Are you trying to bullshit George?
Why would I ever bullshit one of my comrades? That wouldn't be very beneficial, would it?
Well, sometimes when you tell the proper tale, it works.
If you say so, I wouldn't know.
I'm trying to figure out if he's trying to bullshit me.
Roll deception?
If he's trying to deceive me, if he's not,
Yeah,
he can...
he's talking bullshit.
Well, if you say so, and if that's making you happy, when people believe that, then so be it.
Gotta keep my skills sharp.
Well,
Practice is important.
then you need to practice a lot more,
Thank you.
because even a blind man would have gotten that.
My
With
man would have
their
smelled the bullshit.
blind ears.
Sorry, I just have to rejoin the game there. I had a bunch of things stuck on my screen. Okay, so then, for the sake of brevity, I'll say you eat up your meal and you just head outside.
Alright. Ooh, that's a very high-res city.
Yeah.
With very small houses, by the way.
Shh.
It's a model.
I was in a rush. Alright. So, yous head outside and wander into the town.
Yeah.
As of now, yous are currently
Yes.
outside the inn.
Here.
Yes.
What's it? Yeah.
You're facing into the square where there is a large central fountain.
With a 13, can I figure out how much of any given substance I could use to taint the water supply?
Wait, what are you trying to taint the water supply?
I'm not trying, I'm just trying to figure out if I could, if I have to.
You could. It's an open
Good to know.
fountain.
Good to know.
I'd rather you didn't, but okay. So then, what do you do?
Doing a medicine check to see if the tiefling has gotten a hit on the head. But no, I can't tell if he has or hasn't.
Nope. Alright.
We're currently waiting on Zhana, on Sephi, who is a little bit occupied. But I would presume that we're slowly headed down to the bridge, and then ultimately to the graveyard.
Yeah. Hang on, I forgot to do a thing. Because I'm totally prepared as a DM.
Well, you're better prepared than I am.
There. So, as you are walking through the square,
Yes.
rule of perception. Have a look
A
about.
perception.
Yes.
You want me to perceive my surroundings?
Yes.
I see nothing.
Alright. Our little tiefling friend, however, notices something in the distance. It appears to be a small business. General store.
Interesting. Let's have a look at that.
Full perspective. Yes, bloody. I'm sorry.
Well, I can't roll perspective.
So then, are you continuing towards the bridge, or where are you?
Or do we want to go to the shop?
I would like to have a look at the shop.
Well,
So,
let's just take a step over to the shop.
alright. It's not so much a full building business, it's a stall attached to a house. As you approach, I have no interior for this, you see a man leaning on his counter and watching you walk across. He's just kind of watching you approach. Good morning, is there anything I can do for you?
I don't know. Is there
Good
anything
morning.
we can do for you? Good morning.
Well, you can buy something. That would be very nice.
I would like to find out what you offer here.
He just kind of pans his hand around behind him. You see the usual traveller's fare. You see backpacks, rations, travel supplies, arrows, weaponry. But you also do notice there is a locked case with a mesh opening that you can see 2 red bottles.
What would those bottles be?
Oh, those. Those are some of our lovely potions of healing. We tend to get those from the city.
You tend to get those from the city.
Yeah. Well, we don't have an alchemist around here these parts anymore.
Why not?
What a shame.
Well, from what I heard, he was in the river last night.
Oh,
Funny
lovely.
thing, because he's been dead for 6 months.
Yeah.
You know
that
why he
will
died?
happen.
Old age. Man
Old
was
age.
pushing
Yeah.
on 70, like.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, of course.
I would
Just
like
say
to
he was,
purchase one of those potions.
Okay. But let's just say that alchemist, he was a little bit fond of the bottle, and not these kinds of bottles. He laughs out the healing potion and wiggles it.
Yeah, I understand that.
Alright. He sets one of the potions down and says, "That's 50 gold, please."
50.
Aye.
That's a rather steep price, eh?
Well, these are imported, like.
Yes.
But you see, we too are people of import. In fact, we are here to rid you of your little returning issue. So wouldn't it benefit the entire city equally if we were to purchase these at a much reduced price?
Roll persuasion.
To be honest, it sounded more like you would do an intimidation check.
He leans back and he looks around. And you can see his eyes lock on something over your shoulder. And he looks back to you and pushes the potion forward. Let's just say it's on the ass.
I'm afraid you will have to say that again. I didn't catch it.
It's on the ass, mate. Let's just say you seem to have friends in high places. And he like lifts his chin and looks over your shoulder.
I turn around.
You see the watch captain Orla just kind of nodding at you.
Morning.
Oh, how convenient.
She nods and she walks on. You can see she has a fellow who's well dressed following behind her with a stack of paperwork, and she's like, So she's scurrying on in this direction.
It would appear that we are at the situation where a little bit of business would benefit everyone, right?
Well,
So,
if he ends,
go ahead.
So you looking for anything else?
well, I'm not currently.
All
Right now.
then. Well then, have a good day and good luck on your investigation.
Thank you very much, and a lovely day to you, and hopefully successful business.
Well, we'll be when I get more paying customers then, won't it? Off you go then. So that's your freebie for saving Hannah.
I just want to ask something.
Yeah.
It's gonna sound like a bit of a stupid question, but can Dragonborn be burned?
Yes.
Right, so they can be incinerated.
You can be incinerated.
Okay, just
You
wanted
are
to check.
a silver dragonborn, so you have resistance to cold,
I just wasn't sure if
not fire.
wasn't sure about the burning side of things. So
You
Thank
will
you
catch
for
on
that
fire as
information.
much as anything else.
okay,
Alright.
just wanted to check.
So then, you head further on towards the bridge.
We just took a shortcut through a house.
Yeah, that was because I... Shush.
Evening, Good Falls, coming through.
We're just
Don't mind
passing
me.
through.
As you get to the bridge, you see there are two guardsmen. One of them was the cowardly fellow from the night before, and he is currently dragging a corpse out of the deep mud. He is absolutely clattered in the muck and debris as he's trying to do this.
I move in and give him a little bit of a hand.
The other
Regular
guard says, no! He's getting punished, mate. Let him do it himself.
Well, he's done what he had to do.
He ran from duty and he left the watch captain's daughter to her own ends. He's doing this himself.
Look,
Ooh.
he's doing fine. And I'm just helping him out for this one. Not with everything.
Alright, but I didn't see you.
Understood.
Roll
At ease.
strength. Good, because he rolled shite. You reach down and you see he's been trying to pull it by an arm, which is already coming out of its socket, so he has no grip on this. You kind of roll your eyes, reach down and grab it by the torso and just yank it out of the deep mud and throw it onto solid ground. And he kind of looks up to you.
Soldier, that's how you do it. Now the next one you do yourself. Understood?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. He
All right.
squelches through the knee-high mud to go to the other corpse. Alright.
I check on how he's doing.
He's not doing well. He keeps overbalancing in the deep mud, and he looks like he's gonna retch every time he touches these things. And the other guard is just kind of sitting there with this like really pitiful look on his face going, "Oh, I'm gonna have to help him in a minute, aren't I?"
My dear man of the law, is this one of those former returning people?
Coilish now then.
Oh, great. He's already looking again at this thing.
I would just like to have a quick look at whatever he dragged out there.
Oh, okay. Roll investigation. This is a fresh corpse. As you look over it, you do not believe it has been raised by necromantic means. As in, it hasn't been raised by someone performing a ritual. This seems to have been entirely supernatural in origin.
This one is not going to tell me a lot about what happened, but
Is he telling you something about what didn't happen?
what didn't happen is you letting me do my work. Thank you very much.
Are you trying to pick a fight with me?
I'm trying to avoid having one with you.
Good.
In any case, my dear guardsmen, do you have anyone in town who has a look at the corpses before you put them in the ground?
We've no one of that kind of knowledge. The priest usually blesses them during the funeral, but that's about it.
Ah, what a shame. Otherwise I would have asked to report back to me, but I don't have the time to give this a thorough look. Onward.
Alright. You leave the guards looking thoroughly confused, and as you cross over the bridge you hear a loud squelch as the cowardly man just kind of slips and falls backwards into the mud.
Stand up. Wipe your hands off. Try again.
You hear faint swearing as you walk away. He's
He learned
arrived.
it.
He's arrived at a small church on the outskirts of the graveyard. And outside you see a priest. Let me just get things ready here. 'Cause
I never
was
understand.
Totally
I'll never
forgot.
understand some people, you Southlanders. Why you bury the bodies instead of just burning them?
We think some of us think that's more proper.
Yeah, when you
To
can't.
put them in the ground they came from.
Yeah,
It's an old
when you,
belief system.
yeah, when you have to dig through God knows how much permafrost to get to the actual ground you can bury stuff in, you tend not to do that.
That's why That's why you said we're in the relative south. God
You have
damn
to
it! It's dog over here.
You have to understand, my draconic friend. A lot of the normal humans do not like to be reminded of the fact that their flesh burns just like anything else that they eat.
Alright.
You're a really suspicious fellow. You know that.
I should hope so.
As you enter the graveyard,
Why is everything dark?
you notice that the area almost seems to be shrouded in a dark mist. You didn't even notice it walking in. It's almost as if when you crossed the threshold of the graveyard, it suddenly felt very dark and oppressive. Just inside the gates, you see a man wearing the garb of a priest, holding aloft a torch. He appears to be examining a recently opened grave.
Be greeted, my good man. Can you tell us what you're currently attending to?
I'm trying to see why these poor buggers have gotten out of their graves.
A good question. May I have
Very
a
good
closer
question.
look?
Feel free. If you can tell me how to lay these poor sods to rest, I'll be most appreciative. Why is the priest fucking Irish? I don't know.
Well, George is Irish, so
He steps aside and motions to the grave.
Investigate.
Just perceive first of all the name on the gravestone, eh?
The name on the
That's it.
gravestone basically just says Mike.
Mike, eh?
Yep, can't think of a surname. Shush. You remember
Alright.
the barmaid mentioning her
Whoops.
Uncle Mike came to the tavern last night?
Yeah, alright. Let me see what I can see.
I saw that
Investigating.
creature.
It's a surname.
So, you crouch down and examine the grave, and as far as you can see, it hasn't been dug out. The hole that is here, something crawled out. You see the tattered remains of a burial shroud around the grave, and as you glance over, you notice two other graves over here and here have also been recently disturbed, while this one, while also disturbed, the ground looks drier. It's been longer since that one opened.
Looks like these fellas don't like to stay in their keeping grounds, eh?
It's very strange. We've never had anything like this before. And those cries, they rise when the cries start. He's passed 2 nights. It's been localized to the graveyard. Only one person rose, but last night, everyone heard it. More came.
Yeah. I'm going to investigate this grave a little bit.
Okay.
After all, yeah.
You see it. The name is listed on it as Jenny.
so will I have any knowledge of ghosts? Which is what I roll the Arcana for.
You could try.
Okay, I've already rolled. It's 11.
Okay then. You know of one type of ghost that lets out horrendous screams, and that would be the Banshee. But their screams are usually, they're usually more grown female piercing wails, and they haven't never been known to raise the dead. The cries you heard last night were that of a baby.
Yeah, the Banshee, that's for sure.
If that's a banshee, then I don't know. Never had to deal with them. Father,
Yes.
this grave over here, it's of a Jenny. Can you tell me a little bit about her, if you remember who she was?
Oh, that poor girl. Yes, she was only a young woman. She was 16 when she died. It was several years ago. She was thrown from her horse.
Thrown from her horse.
Broke her neck.
Aye. Anything unusual about her?
No.
I'm just saying because this grave has been open for a little bit longer than the other ones.
Yes, she was the first to rise 2 nights ago. We thought it was because when she died there were rumours that her father startled the horse on purpose. We thought that maybe she had come back for revenge and that may have been true. But when the others rose, it seems that wasn't the case.
I just have a hunch. Did she have a boyfriend or anything? In case you knew.
No, not that I'm aware
Someone
of.
betrothed? Someone she was betrothed to? No?
No. She was one of those girls who had no interest.
Ah.
She wanted to go to the capital, join the guard. She was friends with Captain Orla's girl.
With Anna?
Yes. You've met her.
I'm guessing her father didn't like the idea of her going to join the guard, then.
Let's just say her father was not an upstanding member of society.
Thief, scoundrel, or politician?
Let's just say it's not good to speak ill of the dead.
So he's lying around here as well.
Can we see his grave?
He points to the one that the teifling is currently standing at.
Right.
He rose last night.
Oh, so we've dealt with
Lovely
him at
family
least.
reunion.
Like daughter, like father, right?
I wouldn't call it that.
As horrifying as it was, Jenny was the one who tore out his throat.
Well,
I don't seem to find that funny, sir.
It's not funny.
I'd say it's ironic poetic justice, wouldn't you?
If it is true that her father startled the horse, of course.
I enjoy seeing patterns and symmetries in the world. It gives me comfort.
Well, let's just say
You are a very strange tiefling.
Thank you very much.
3 of you are very odd.
Out of character, by looking around, can I figure out how many graves are left undisturbed and how many corpses are left that could rise?
As you glance around the graveyard, you can see that there are close to 50 undisturbed graves.
If it goes 2 more nights, we could have the entire graveyard at our end.
And all the graves where people rose are close together?
No, actually. 2 who rose last night, they were far in the north corner. He points off onto the distance. One of them was over in the east. And then there was a few here. Honestly, I've gone through the records and I can see no connection between any of them. Some died peacefully, some died violently. None of them were related.
That's
Aside from the 2.
Sorry?
Go ahead.
What did you say there? I didn't hear.
I said aside from Jenny and her father.
Oh, yes. As I said, we thought she was a vengeful spirit. But there are some other people here who have risen who would have not a vicious bone in their body.
That is very unfortunate. I was
Like
hoping
your
to discern a
alchemist.
pattern.
Well, yes. He was one of the ones who raised, and he was a kind gentleman. Despite his love of the bottle, but he was a good man.
Well,
What I find
sometimes you
most
hide.
disturbing is that it is his baby crying. And
Is there any place nearby that has a lot of large boulders?
boulders.
Yes.
No.
what do you have in mind?
I was hoping that maybe we could cover as many graves as possible so that we could limit numbers that are capable of rising at one time.
I wouldn't be. I understand what you're thinking, Necronus, but look at the gates. I don't think that's how they were before the first one rose.
That's true. Jenny got through a hole in the wall, and we've since patched that up. He points over to here, where there's a wooden barricade, where there's a hole in the wall. And you can see, right around the walls, although the wall hasn't been very well maintained, it has been hastily barricaded last night. Hastily barricaded over the past few days. And he points to the gate. Says, the group of them last night, they pulled the gate down.
Strength.
I would be surprised if whatever caused them, for a lack of a better term, will give them enough strength to just whip away the stones, even if they're so heavy it would take 5 of us. Whatever it is.
Do you know of these matters?
I'm no expert at these kinds of things, unfortunately.
I would say I have a little bit of insight.
He seems to be the resident expert on returners. I'll point to Necronus.
It's just, I fear whatever is doing this is causing harm to some of the children in the village.
Yes, that would be such a shame.
And then there's poor Drusilla.
Drusilla?
Oh, yes, sorry, it's the Lord's daughter. She's currently pregnant, but ever since the start has started, she's gotten sicker and sicker. The midwife fears her child may be dying.
Okay. I think we know where we need to go next.
Yep, pretty much.
Considering it's of most urgency, we might need to talk to her and her father.
Yes, well, if you think that would help, but I pray for that child. He leads the way out of the graveyard. The manor house is on the hill, to the north, past the bridge again. Boop. Music juxtaposition. He leads you out of the graveyard. As you step out, you are almost blinded by the bright light again, as the torch in the priest's hand is now useless in the daylight. You look back into the graveyard, it looks perfectly fine, it looks well lit. But whenever you crossed that threshold, it was dark and misty. It was dark. But now that you're back outside again, it's pure daylight.
I assume no insight on that for 7.
Mm-hmm.
I know exactly what we're all trying to do.
The teifling, you have no idea. Neither do you, George. Sephi, you have heard of creatures that elude a malevolent atmosphere around them. Usually, this is caused by things that are just creatures of pure malice and anger, that they can affect the surrounding area.
Oh, great. We got some kind of ancient evil doohickey radiating darkness in there.
Oh.
An astute observation.
Necronus, are you living there?
Excuse me?
I mean, dark, brooding, kind of very unfriendly. Kind of sounds like you.
Oh, you give me too much credit, my friend, but I appreciate it.
Well, we should go and check in with the Lord of the land.
Father Henrik, he basically points you up the... not Henrik. I didn't even give him a name, actually. He points up on top of a hill that you can see across the river, where there is a manor house.
Oh, at least it's not the manor house. Heard stories about that.
No, it is not. So, the
But
priest...
what if it were?
If it were, we would probably run into a lot of kobolds.
The priest looks over your party and he gives a little blessing in the air and mutters a little prayer to speed your passage as he heads back into his church with a now extinguished torch.
Well, he needs to light it now.
So you walk through the towns and you see a number of guards basically running around and trying to close up gaps in fences, search for areas that may have hidden divots or hidden bushels. Essentially, it looks like the guard are trying to fortify the town. And you can see now why Captain Orla was starting to get very frustrated.
Oh, look at all this competence and delay.
Come on, they're just simple guards. They're no experts at sieges.
You didn't need to point that out to me.
I think they'd have this sense to send for paladins or something.
Who knows? Maybe they already have. Maybe they think they can handle it. Sometimes lords are strange.
I think it's been blatantly obvious they can't handle it.
Still, sometimes we are strange creatures.
Alright.
Too prideful to do what is necessary.
Humans.
Why did I agree to travel with a tiefling?
Because you see the benefits, and there are plenty.
Alright.
I'm not so sure about the benefits right now.
Worst comes to worst, I freeze him. No problem.
Damn it.
Alright. This looks
I was joking, by
a
the way.
little bit confusing.
Why are you not enforcing the light? The dynamic lighting? Well, shit. Dynamic lighting isn't working.
We just let it go.
That's because I drew the dynamic lighting on the wrong damn layer. Damn it. Alright, well, screw it.
Do you want us to pretend we don't see anything?
Look at the chandeliers in here. It's so well lit.
You can't see shit.
Yes.
Alright, so then.
We want to let it go, let it go.
Oh, come on.
Oh my god. I find that offensive. Great. It's a great song of our people.
Once again, I had to throw this together very quickly, so don't judge me. So then, you arrive at the gateway of the manor house and you notice there are two guards standing there. One steps forward to stop you. Can I help you?
We would like to speak to the Lord and his daughter if possible. We're here to deal with the issue of the returning citizens.
Roll persuasion.
I clearly fail.
You rolled a 5.
What?
You rolled a 5.
Yeah.
And I rolled an 8.
And what are you going to say to persuade him then?
Simply, we're here to deal with the stiffs coming out of your graveyard.
He looks your group up and down. Are you the ones Ola was talking about?
Yeah, we're the ones who took care of those ones last night.
Who else could we possibly be?
There ain't many dragons or tieflings around here either, so...
He reaches over and he bangs on the door. And after a moment, a older gentleman in a rather dapper outfit comes to the door. Yes.
So, Skywalker.
The guard kind of like leans around the door and says, "They're here to see the master." And he nods. He beckons you inside.
Thank you very much.
It is appreciated.
Don't start no trouble, the guard calls after you.
Don't intend to.
I make no promises.
If You gentlemen would like to wait here, I shall fetch the master.
Lady.
My apologies.
Whichever.
It's always difficult. It's difficult with your kind. Then again, it's probably been difficult to
George.
learn about our kind.
George.
Yes.
Shall I fetch you a shovel, or would you like to come digging on your own?
Right. After a few moments...
I do not need to be told to dig my own grave. Thank you very much.
Humans.
Would you like to try and contest that with an insight?
Well,
Yeah, he is leaning over you, and you can just see him roll his shoulders with his hand just resting on the pommel of his longsword, and you're like, okay, let's not fuck with him anymore.
fine.
We're good.
Suit yourself.
It's okay. I'll burn you if I ever get the chance. If need be.
Gentlemen and lady, thank you for waiting. I present to you the master of the house, Sir Henrik. He steps out and he just kind of waves his hand to the older man, and he scurries off. Well then, I
Thank you,
understand
Sephirothwolf.
you're here to deal with our little issue.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
What do you
We will
have in
do our
mind
very
for that?
best.
Since I presume there might be a
Yeah.
little bit of a connection between the illness that seems to have befallen your daughter.
He kind of
She's,
lifts his head, and you see his hands just kind of tighten. You think this has
May
something
I?
to do with my daughter?
I think whatever befell her might be the reason.
There's a great evil beseeching you, and it may be that it comes in one form.
Okay.
Yeah, who's the Sprog's dad?
He looks over to you, and he seems to nod. Says, "And you have experience in these things."
Little. Makes
We
sense.
have enough
She's ill. The
experience
baby's
to...
having problems, but no one seems to have told us who the father is. So, logic.
Well, the father is obviously her husband.
Which one?
What do you mean, which one?
We
You
are
must
living.
excuse my traveling
You are
companion.
insulting my daughter, sir.
First of all, that's a woman.
If you
And
want to-
second,
If she's strong enough to dominate two males, then she has as many husbands as she wants. You know.
You must excuse my traveling companion. She's from another culture where those things are handled quite differently. You must understand.
Zhana,
Need someone
if you please for a minute.
What?
Zhana, if you please for a minute.
If a female in my clan wants men, she takes as many as she wants. As long as she
Zhana.
can beat them, she takes as many as she wants.
Zhana, this is not how it goes in our culture.
You see the Lord's face has gone bright red. He's like, why are they
Zana.
talking about this?
Zhana,
Anyway,
in our culture we go with only one mate.
Well, that's boring.
Most of them,
You,
anyway.
it's honourable is what it is. Now, if you can help, follow me. He just
We'll
kinda
see.
storms out.
Honorable. God.
we're all stacking up
No.
here.
No.
Yep, pretty much. So for the sake of brevity, I'm just going to reveal the areas.
I'm just going to say I'm swearing in Draconic at this point.
Good thing I don't understand what you're saying.
Just give me a moment, I'm just going to reveal the areas.
That's fun. Does anyone here speak Draconic?
I strangely
believe so.
enough speak Orc.
No, fair
I
enough.
don't know why.
Covenant Infernal here.
Yeah, fair enough.
Give me a moment, I'm just slowly
We might be
revealing
able to infer a few words, but that's it.
And this is why I set up
That's why it's called
dynamic
Infernal.
fucking lighting.
Yeah.
Something about his paternal ancestor.
Alright. So then, you go upstairs.
Something about melon farms.
Yes.
So Henrik just kind of looks at you and shakes his head and is just, why am I trusting my daughter to these idiots?
Because we're the best idiots we have, sir.
Just gonna
I seem to constantly hit my head on the walls.
see if you hold Alt, you don't snap to the grid. I couldn't get
that's
this lined
lazy.
up.
That's lazy. Boring.
There should be a door there. Ignore it. I forgot to draw it in. Alright.
Chuck!
The Three Stooges ascend the stairs. Now, gentlemen and lady, I hope you will mind your manners this time, please. As he
Zhana.
knocks on the doors. Yes! It's me, darling. And he heads inside. Okay. As you head
Ladies?
inside, you find a plump older woman who is sitting beside a bed where a younger woman, probably in her early 20s, is looking rather pale. You can see she is very obviously pregnant and pretty far along, but she's currently leaning back on her bed. She doesn't seem to be quite aware of what is going on around her. Who are these people? What do you want?
We are here to help. We have heard that great evils have befallen your land, and we are experts in extinguishing that which shall not be.
But simply, you got a stiff problem, we deal with it.
That too.
And
I believe they can assist us, darling. She kind of shuffles closer to her daughter.
look, I understand that this is very confusing. That this is scary. I completely understand everything of that. We're here to help. And, well, since your daughter is is about to bear a child. Yeah, that's I believe how you call it. Then, God damn it, Zhana, you've been traveling with me for too long. Since she's pregnant and going to have a child, and it's all about baby screams, we thought we should come and at least see her.
Subtlety.
You act as if you think my daughter's responsible for all this.
No, I do not. I do not think that she's responsible for it. But whatever causes her illness is what might be the reason for it.
Please consider what could be more important for a place such as this than the rulers. Whatever evil befalls this place would certainly target that, just its future.
But simply, you got any enemies? Did Dad got any enemies?
Not that I'm aware of. The mother just kind of snaps. At this point now, she's just kind of lifted her daughter's head and is now cradling it towards her chest. Just like, as if to protect her from you lot.
May I have a closer look?
Henrik! Let them
I
have a
assure
look,
you, I
darling.
mean you no harm.
She kind of scowls at you, but lets her daughter gently down. But she's not moving from her side. Henrik just kind of nods his permission to you.
So first I'm going to roll a medicine check to see if it looks, if whatever befell her looks natural to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of low.
You're not sure. You're far too distracted over the fact that this woman is glaring daggers at you. And you don't think it's because of her daughter.
God damn it.
I should have a little bit more of a chance.
And
Since I'm a human as well.
I'll do medical as well, just to be.
Okay.
We all are. I mean, we're no midwives.
But I've rolled 13 Arcana, so
You know that this is a supernatural illness.
Well,
whatever's causing these arms definitely affecting her as well.
that was kind of the hypothesis here.
Yeah, well, I can pretty much tell you that's definitely true, kiddo.
Don't call me a kiddo anymore. At least not in
Right.
human years. I'm a kid.
Right, how old are you?
35.
I'm 16, so whatever.
Yeah, right, kiddo.
My tiefling warlock, I need you to roll me an insight check.
Okay.
I didn't mean to make it this belligerent.
Alright. As you attempted to look over the young woman in the bed, you notice that the older woman is glaring at you with unbridled hatred and guilt.
Excuse me, does my presence unsettle you?
Of course you do. Strange men in my daughter's bedchamber.
I feel like there may be something a little bit more than that.
No.
There has been an issue with tieflings before, hasn't it?
Henrik climbs forwards and clears his throat. Yes, but that was some time ago.
Yes, but it seems that your wife has a little bit of... still hasn't dealt with the issue for herself.
Why don't you spill the beans? Because we kind of need to know information here.
She just kind of glares at you.
I understand that this may be very difficult for you, but to ensure a healthy and bright future for you and your people, it would be most helpful if you were forthcoming, whatever weighs on your soul.
You can see her kind of grit her teeth, and she looks over to her husband, and then looks back to you. How perceptive is Henrik? Henrik notices that. Is something wrong, darling? No? Henrik, would you be a darling and see if the soup is ready for Lucilla?
I think that would be a very good idea, sir.
Oh, he does not realise.
Or maybe get some water. Water's always good in such situations.
He heads off. You listen for a moment, and she heads over towards the doorway and watches him go, and then closes the door. Look, it was a fling. Nothing was supposed to happen.
I understand. My kind can be very appealing to some.
What is it with you tieflings anyway?
A lot. In any case.
Look, it was a stupid mistake when I was younger. And nothing else needs to be said about it in front of my husband. He doesn't know. He will never know.
And I very much wish to keep it that way. However, how long before your daughter was born did this occur?
It was after she was born.
Did you have a second child? Or did you get rid of one? I know it is a very, very intimate question.
I had a second child. It was stillborn.
This may be valuable information to have.
Stillborn, eh?
George, she's lying.
So, where did you send that stillborn off to?
He was buried, as he should have been.
Where
And-
did you send it off to?
The child is dead.
Where may we
It might
find
not
its resting
be.
place?
In
Look,
the
lady,
graveyard.
we need to know. We need to know. So cut what you call the BS, okay?
Okay. You attempt to intimidate her, but she stands tall and glares down at you. The child is dead, and there is
The
nothing else that comes of it. You can tell she is definitely certain the child is dead.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first of all,
So,
so you buried the child, the half tiefling.
please, my dear comrade, we don't need to put it into words like that. It is difficult enough for her. All we need to know is how
Where?
its remains found, its final resting place, and where.
Or if it has been buried improperly, and if there was still a little bit of life in it.
Please, I'm sure the
God
lady can
knows.
infer.
It was buried in the graveyard by the midwife. I will have
By the
nothing more to
midwife.
say of it, and I would like you to leave.
I understand.
We thank you for your cooperation. It is something you shan't regret. Thank you.
She opens the door and points
Thank
out.
you. I think we better go now.
So yeah, we're getting some oil and burning, burning on or what?
So, we are all in agreement that she was a little bit more active in the death of that child than she may want to admit.
I wouldn't even say the child is dead. It was dead, necessarily.
I am quite certain I saw the guilt in her eyes.
Well, I saw that she was telling telling lies, telling sweet little lies.
Telling lies, telling sweet
Oh,
lies.
sweet little life.
You're welcome.
Stop me, God sing.
Well, to quote someone I've heard of in legend, let's burn all the babies.
I would not burn all the babies.
I'm sorry,
Just
what?
the one.
It's an expression.
Nothing. It's a Dragonborn expression.
Well,
It
let's
means
just say I'm
it's time
learning a
for
lot
omelette.
more about Dragonborn than I ever wanted to know today. I
Well,
assume
it's-
your visit was over.
Yes, our visit is over.
It was
Sure.
quite illuminating.
Give our thanks to the lord of the house and to his wife.
If you will follow me, gentlemen and madame.
We greatly appreciate the time.
With pleasure.
He leads you out. He opens the door and holds it for you and gives you a polite bow.
Thank you very much.
Please enjoy
hope
the rest of your day.
Have a wonderful day.
And he snaps the door closed behind you. The guards look you up and down and just give you nods as they
Well,
sit back again, lean back against the wall at their watch.
I think we know whom to talk to next.
I'm guessing either the priest or the midwife.
I would say the midwife.
I am in agreement.
Yeah, pretty much.
Alright.
I didn't mean to make him as belligerent.
Oh. Background music to this really emotionally intense scene, the DM singing adult contemporary music.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm actually genuinely surprised how well that conversation went. But anyway, so, where are you going?
Well, I think
We should
go-
probably have asked where we can find the midwife.
I think she'd probably be at the inn.
if she's not at the inn, then we will probably find her on the Grand on the Grand Plaza, the Grand Place.
Probably.
Yeah.
We can definitely ask around if
Yeah.
there's any midwife in town.
Yeah. I presume there's only one.
So you look around as the Grand Plaza. Are you going to try and look for her here?
Wait a second. I remember there was a midwife in the inn. She attended
Yes.
a wounded soldier.
Yeah, that's what I
Yes,
said.
but she wasn't there this morning. But still, we will definitely learn where we could find her in the inn.
For certain. I see you were 2 steps ahead of me. I'm impressed.
I take that as a compliment.
You better.
So,
Why looking me at like this with those bedroom eyes?
Oh, don't make much of it. I look at like that at every.
Yeah, pretty much.
that's creepy.
Oh, yes.
Are you searching the square, or are you continuing to the inn?
I'm just giving it a quick look. If I see, no, I don't see her.
You glance around, the square is fairly busy. You do see the odd guard running around carrying big slats of wood, but you don't recognize any of the women around there.
Look at that guard. It's so odd.
I
think
stop
you
one.
bought-
I stop one of the guards.
Yes?
Where can we find the midwife?
Which one?
There are more than one in this town.
Whichever one's
We're looking
older.
for the competent one.
The mother or the daughter? Well, if you're looking for the competent one, you'll want the daughter. She's probably
I
at
would
home.
We want the older. We want the older one.
Well,
We want the mother.
again, try the home. He kind of juggles the board he's carrying and awkwardly sets it down and rubs
Which
his
direction?
shoulder. He rubs his shoulders for a bit and wipes his brow, and he gives you instructions on how to get through the back alleys to a small shared housing block just beyond the square.
Aye. Thank you very much. Moving right along, sir.
Alright, thank you. You wouldn't give us a little hand to get this back up again, would you?
Of course.
Alright. Yeah.
Uh,
So you help him maneuver the beam back on his shoulder, and he hurries off again.
all right. Well, I think we should talk to the competent and the less competent one.
Okay.
What do you think?
Certainly.
I think
But let's
the old
start
one will. I think the old one will probably know more about this.
She's probably depends on how long her daughter has been in this.
I would probably gauge the older one would probably be the better bet.
Yeah, more likely.
Alright. You arrive at the small collection of houses clustered around, and a few rooms set together in the same building. As you glance around, you remember that you forgot to ask which house belonged to the midwife until you spot a sign, which is crudely carved and crudely hung above one of the doors, which just says the word midwifery.
Well,
Now,
they're
let's get
clearly
rid of
no
this.
artists. But it's to the point. And I suddenly lost my accent.
I don't
away.
think mine is not stable. I think.
That mine's not stable either.
I
Well, I will
have
think
no
about it.
accent.
I have a wavering accent. Terrible. Well, where shall we go? Shall we go to the midwifery or shall we go to the midwifery? I would go to the midwifery if I were you.
Yes, that would be the best idea. I think.
All right, let's
It
go
is
there.
agreed.
So, who's taking the lead on this one?
George.
If I may-
Necronus
Actually, no.
wants to take.
Well, we don't want to scare her or insult her, so you best do it.
All right. I'm the most normal one, you say.
No, I
yeah,
would
pretty much.
May I
The most-
suggest The midwife may be more inclined to trust a woman, no matter what kind.
I would agree. I mean, she sent me out when she dealt with the wounds of the god's woman
Yeah.
to protect her modesty. And yes, we kind of care about when we wear these clothes. And not
Yeah, we have
everyone
clothes.
sees us naked.
Yeah, we have clothes of a tundra too. What do you think I'm wearing these for?
I thought it was to fit in with our society, to be honest.
Nope.
I've learned
Alright.
so much about Dragonborn.
Yes, some of it I didn't even want to know. Alright. How about you try to act your politest way? Not necessarily always go straight for the point.
Yep, fine. Okay, so knock,
But
knock.
we'll come with you.
Alright.
Okay,
So,
So just
you
hammer
approach the front door and you bang away. And you hear slight noises of movement and footsteps for a moment before the door opens slightly and you see the familiar face of the woman you met in the inn last night. Oh,
hi there.
hello again.
Hi there.
Hello.
Can I help you?
Yeah, we need to talk with you and your mother.
Are you expecting?
Expecting
Uh,
what?
Looks
We're
down at
expecting cooperation.
looks down at your
Yeah, that's what
stomach.
they're expecting.
I'm sorry?
We think you and your mother might be able to help us with a little something.
She was just
Please
really
don't say
confused look.
that.
Oh, alright. She opens
Don't
the
worry.
door and beckons you inside. I forgot to do the interior map.
Again.
It is assumed.
I threw this together in an hour and a half. Don't judge me.
The interior is
Put it on a blank canvas. And that'll
No,
do.
it's me. This signal went a bit for me. Sorry about that.
That's alright.
okay. We're inside.
Yeah, so you move inside and. There. That was quick.
Ooh, rather cozy.
Don't judge. Okay.
Looks almost like an alchemist or wizard's house.
So, you come into the cluttered but cosy house of the local midwife. The younger woman is looking over you with interest, and in the background you see a much older woman, who you assume to be her mother, crouched in a rocking chair near the fire. Her hair is shock white, and she seems to have a mournful expression. The younger girl beckons you in. So what can I help you with?
So we talked with the old bag up the manor house.
Okay.
Maybe I should take over.
Yes, maybe you should.
You see, we're investigating all the evil that is befalling your land.
Oh yes, I
And
heard
it
them
has-
say that at the inn this morning.
It
Yes.
has come to our attention that the lady is with child, and a place has befallen her and her child as well. Thus, it is our thinking that your profession could lend a lot of information, not only about the current state of things, but also about her personal history in this regard.
Well, I've examined her just yesterday afternoon, and I've never seen a mother go downhill that quickly. The only thing I can think of is it's an internal bleed, and if that's the case, the child and the mother may be gone.
I
But
understand.
I don't see what that has to do with the dead walking the street.
We also understand that your mother may have worked with the lady before.
Yes, my mother my mother helped bring the Lady Drusilla into the world.
That is what I expected. May we talk to her for a moment?
She hasn't been herself for a number of years, to be honest.
Oh,
It will still be a good thing to talk to her, so
yes.
if you would be so kind to fetch... I know it's weird to ask you, but would you be so kind and fetch us some tea?
Persuasion. Okay. I suppose that won't hurt. Mother, there are some people who wish to speak with you.
Thank
She
you kindly. It is
motions
very
you
much
over towards the
appreciated.
fire and then heads over to get some... She heads into the other room. You notice that there's literally only 3 rooms in this tiny cabin. There's the kitchen, a bedroom with 2 beds, and this room that you're currently standing in.
This is where the budget went.
So,
Yes.
I would like for the darling tiefling to roll me a perception check.
Absolutely.
After all, you were taking point in that thing.
Okay. You don't see anything out of the ordinary. The old woman has kind of turned her head to look up at you.
Be greeted.
George,
My,
you noticed that whenever the topic of the lady of the manor came about, the old woman's shoulders kind of tightened and her head lowered.
please.
How can I help you, gentlemen? Lady. Sorry, I didn't see you there.
It's okay.
Very
Oh,
astute
wonderful.
observation.
I like this one.
Thank
Very
you
perceptive.
thank you for your warm welcome. We are here to inquire about your
A
personal
delicate
work
topic.
experience. Something that may have occurred in the past.
Oh?
It is, in fact, about the senior lady of the manor.
Oh, yes. I remember her. What do you need to know?
First off, I understand Drusilla was a fairly uncomplicated birth.
Oh, yes. I remember every birth I attended to. Drusilla was such a loud child. Nearly 9 pounds. She was rather large, very
strong.
lively. A beautiful
Wonderful.
child.
Compared to a sibling,
And
I presume.
I assume that her mother's experience helped her ease into this birth.
Oh, this was her first birth. Her first child.
The other
But you
one.
just-
The
but
other
you
one
just-
was the second.
She
Please,
is
a little bit of
pointedly
tact.
ignoring any talk of a second child. She is paying only attention to George at the moment. She's ignoring you entirely.
So, we've heard that you had been asked by the lady of the house to do something for her a long time ago.
I've been asked to do many things, dear. You'd have to be a little bit more specific.
Oh, I'm fairly certain you know what I'm talking. After all, you are a wise woman.
Flattery will get you nowhere, my dear.
I hear that every time. Then again, you've been asked to take care of a child that should not have existed and was not wanted.
Roll insight.
Ooh,
I felt that hard.
Her face is stone. She looks at you just with a face that she doesn't know.
Levis.
Zahara, on the other hand, with your experience studying the human expression, you know that there is a lot of pain behind her eyes right now.
Let us talk about something slightly different for a moment. Let us
Maybe.
ignore the topic of the senior lady.
Yes.
I understand that in your line of work, there is the sad duty of occasionally dealing with children that have not made it.
Oh, yes, I'm afraid that is usually a risk of childbirth. Mother's battles and all
Is-
that. Oh, fuck!
Is what just happened?
The cat just jumped on my chest.
Well,
Oh, fuck.
well,
Okay.
I let her in the
Okay.
window, and she's getting to this habit now where she'll, like, jump on your shoulder and then onto the desk. But I had started to sit down, so there was no shoulder, and she jumped straight in my chest instead.
Oh.
wow. Oh,
Any-
that's gonna hurt.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
anyway,
Anyway,
no,
go on.
it's. I understand that it is a difficult topic, but when a child does not make it, is there perhaps a dedicated place where their remains are brought to rest? A specific one, only for those children, not for the rest of the population.
Most, if not all, of the little ones born sleeping are buried in family plots.
And
But
has
what if there's no family plots?
There's always a grave of a mother, a grandparent, father, brother, sister. There's always family for a child, darling.
but let's assume that no such thing exists. Maybe it is a stranger, maybe someone who does not necessarily belong here. What would happen in such a case?
I suppose they would get their own grave.
Complete with the marker? Or
Of
would they
course.
not?
What would the markers say if such a person were unknown?
I recall this happening perhaps 3 times in my life. Their graves are... They're in a small garden in the graveyard. 3 children, we gave them names. We accepted them into the family of the village. We marked their gravestones with those names.
And they're all in the same place?
Well, not in the same grave, but yes.
In the same
Thank you.
large part of the plots.
Thank you so much. You have been a great help. Please give our regards to your daughter. I'm afraid we'll have to be on our way soon.
I hope I didn't cause too much pain.
She starts to weep.
I'm terribly sorry. To make you remember the children.
It wasn't those 3, my dear.
No?
She shakes her head.
What burdens you?
The lady of the house. Let's just say her family is a powerful one. Her husband is a powerful man. A good
Yes.
man, but he has his tempers. And there was an incident one night. I knew... She just puts her hands on her head and starts to cry again.
Take your time. This is painful and no one can ask of you to say more than you can. But it would certainly help all of the people of this village and all the children yet to come if you could perhaps tell us at least what you can.
Roll persuasion.
Let me not fuck this up.
I actually would like to assist him.
It doesn't matter, he beat it.
No, I fail.
So she straightens up and wipes her eyes. I feel I was at fault for this once. The Lady Esmina, she had 2 children. She had a second daughter, a beautiful little girl. But the Lord Henrik was away when she gave birth. And the child was not his. It was very plain to see. Red-skinned. Tails.
I understand.
It looked very similar to a tiefling bard who came through the town a year past. It was
Non-honorable flaw.
very obvious what it was. The Lady Esma asked me to take the child to hide him away, and I refused. I told her the child was hers and she needed to care for him. Well, her. Sorry. And I went downstairs to clean up. And when I returned, the child was blue. The child was dead.
I understand.
She told me to take him. To take the poor thing and bury it in the graveyard.
And you
And where
did.
did you bury her?
I buried her in the west corner, next to a tree. I thought it would fit, but I had no name. I could not mark it for her.
It is understood. You have to understand as well that there was nothing you could have done. You acted in kindness and compassion, and any misdeed is purely up to those who did the deed itself. You, however, are above such guilt.
You did what you have to do. What you had to do. You did what you could do.
I don't know if I could. I don't know if I was the one who swaddled the babe too tight. Perhaps I put it too close to the mother and she turned over in her sleep. Perhaps
It does
the
not.
child died of
doubt
natural
it.
causes. I don't know.
It does not matter. It does not matter. Well, you did what you could do, and that's what you did under those circumstances was the best you could do.
Okay.
No one judges you for that. If they do, they're not worth time of the day, at least in my eyes.
As you were saying this, the older woman's daughter as she was standing in the doorway throughout this entire conversation. She comes over and just hugs her mother.
I'm sorry that we disturbed your mother.
I think this has been with her for a long time. She stopped practicing after... not long after that. I thought she was just getting too old, arthritis and all, but... I'm sorry, Mother, I didn't know.
She didn't want you to feel the same guilt. Even though the guilt was completely misplaced. She's not guilty of anything.
Would say, would I know anything about vengeful spirits? I rolled a 16 on the Arcana.
You know that nameless spirits can never rest.
Great. We need to give the child a name. That's step 1. Step 2 is to find a way to send it to rest. By possibly making the mother acknowledge what happened. Which leads everyone into hot water.
I think it might be
can
easier
do
to
nothing.
ask the priest to help us get the kid a proper burial, yeah?
The thing is, for that he needs a name. The child needs to be accepted into society.
I was gonna say, I put a hand on the old midwife's shoulder and just go, what was the name you gave the child?
She did not give one.
Oh, I thought she did.
No, she said she couldn't name it.
Alright.
She had no name to give. Otherwise, she would have put up a cross marker. I think we better leave now.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay. The
It has been a pleasure.
older woman just kind of looks up to you and just her tear-filled eyes and just, if you could put this to rest, I think you'll take a large burden off all our souls.
No, we'll do what we can.
Thank you.
We shall not disappoint you.
She just kind of nods and cuddles her daughter as you make your way outside.
That was illuminating.
Very illuminating.
So we just need to find a name and...
I doubt it's that easy. Even with a name, the spirit is still vengeful.
It is the best we have for the moment.
Yeah, it's a good place to start, so...
It's a place to start, but we cannot name it
Who says that we
necessarily.
can't?
Exactly.
Oh.
I'm just going to do an arcana check. 18. Would we be able to name the kid and get the rest?
You are not kin. You cannot name this child.
Right.
The only one who could is the mother, and she wants nothing to do with it.
Suppose it's out of the question to think the father could still be around somewhere.
Fairly uncertain that he's around.
Yeah, thought that.
It has been a while, and traveling wilds tend to travel far and wide. Highly
I
unlikely
believe.
that he'll be in town.
I believe we have another conversation to have at the manor.
Yes, another painful conversation.
Perhaps. But
I get
also
to use-
interesting.
I get to use pliers.
We can only hope.
Why do you need pliers?
We said it was going to be painful. We could have get the information out of her somehow.
No. No tortures necessary.
I know, I was
At least none of a physical.
I know, I was joking.
I know.
Oh, what
I
a
was
shame.
just playing along.
Alright
I
then.
wasn't.
So,
Well,
what do you do?
Straight
Well-
back to the manor, right?
yeah.
Alright. Let's head back to the manor.
This is going to be so. We're so going to go into jail. Get to jail.
I don't
Let's
know.
see.
You just have Captain of the Guard on your side.
Question is, how much can she do for us?
You don't know. You'll see.
I would
Alright.
like to attempt to talk to the Lord on his own. I wonder if I could.
The Lord, or
No,
you
the
want
lady.
to talk to the Lord or
The
the lady? I will talk to the lady.
It depends on whether the spirit would consider the Lord kin as well, considering that he would have been its adopted father.
He never knew he had that child. So
Exactly.
he would not have adopted him.
Yes, but does it
The
matter?
only ones who could name the child would be its half-sister or its mother. Or theoretically its father, but it's nowhere around.
Nah. I'll have to believe that.
That sounds perfectly reasonable to you.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I would have tried to trick the Lord into giving it a name. I would have been like, hey, imagine if you had a second child, what would you have called it?
George. If it were a son. Georgette, if it were a daughter. And Ugly, if it were a tiefling.
George Foreman if it were a girl.
Yeah, alright. So,
Alright, you
plan of action.
approach the door, and the guards nod at you again. You're back early.
Yeah,
Yes, we
I have a
have
few
a
more
little bit more
questions.
business. A little bit more business to attend to.
He leans over and bangs on the door again. After a few moments, the butler arrives again. Gentlemen, my lady, you left not more than an hour and a half ago. Do you require something else?
Yes, we do.
Well, do
If
come
possible.
in. I shall fetch the master of the house.
Oh,
That won't
We
be
would like-
necessary. We know the way.
Gentlemen, I would rather insist that you wait here. It is only polite.
That won't be necessary.
Yeah, we kind of need to speak to someone else, not the master.
we need to speak to the lady of the house.
What he said.
If you wait here a moment, I shall fetch her.
Thank you.
He disappears upstairs for a moment.
He disappears apparently through walls.
Shh.
Probably should have said it was a matter of discretion.
This is what happens whenever you don't have dynamic lighting. You can't hide me just faffing around in the background.
Yeah.
These manners have all kinds of hidden pathways.
Yeah, I heard there's a banner out there that has a small passage to a big ballroom. To the chandelier up there.
Every time try and reference that.
Goes down like honey.
Gentlemen, and my lady, I'm afraid the lady of the house is not inclined to receive you at the moment. Her
That is
daughter
a
is
great
rather
shame.
ill, I'm afraid.
Yeah, we know that.
It is of most importance that we speak to her.
Well, I'm sorry, says she has asked that you leave.
What if we were not to comply with that ask?
Well then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to... He's cut off as above this, from upstairs, you hear a piercing scream.
Oh, that is
Oh,
probably
God.
not good. Well, I'm just... Necronus is just going to push past him and run up the stairs.
Go for it.
We follow something strange going on.
In
Two
the
guards
neighborhood.
barge
Hurry.
in and see you charging upstairs.
Hey, so come with us.
What's going on? What's going on? They just follow on behind you.
Screaming up,
We are
screaming
here to
upstairs. So
help.
come on, do your jobs.
There is no time to waste.
Alright. They follow you upstairs.
Something strange is afoot.
As you head up the corridor, Sir Henrik bursts from the door. What's going on?
We hit scream.
We
Drusilla!
heard-
He charges into the room. As he opens the door, you lean in and you see a deformed creature leaning over the... it's not even leaning over, it has climbed up on top of the bed and is currently sitting on the pregnant stomach of the daughter Drusilla.
Okay, can I identify it?
You can attempt to with a nature check.
Oh, nature check, right. 1 second.
I'm going to do one too.
I'm going to do 1-3.
Now that you
Crit.
see this thing, everything clicks into place. This is a botchling. This is a dead child neglected of maternal love that has turned into a malevolent spirit that haunts its kin, searching for the love it never got, and it will sometimes take it forcefully from other women in its family.
Oh, great. It's a botchling.
Oh.
What is that thing?
Oh, well, that,
Well, things are going to need a lot of explanation.
Yeah, not from
I
us.
believe,
There will
I
be.
believe those are the sins past.
This is the thing. Congratulations, you're facing the past now. Past mistakes were made.
I could try and walk up to it and kind of try and knock it off with my staff.
It lets go. As you have a closer look at it now, you realise that it has sunk its teeth into the belly of the younger girl. It lets go and hisses at you and lets out a piercing wail. A child's
not again.
cry that drills into your skull. As the creature leaps off the bed, scurries across the ground, and leaps out the window.
Congratulations, we now found the source of our problem. And there's a lot of explanation going to happen now.
What was that thing?
Well, what would you call it?
Do you want a hint?
I would call it something that has gone awry.
Thanks for undermining me and tricking her, but thanks.
Henrik points to the gods. Chase that thing down! Destroy it!
They won't be able to destroy it, I presume.
What do you mean?
It is a spirit.
And it's the spirit of a child looking for its mother, and the love that its mother could have given it.
What's that
And she didn't.
do with my Drusilla? This is her first child. Why would it take it from her?
I'm unfortunately not talking about your daughter.
What are you implying, sir?
I'm not implying anything. I think it is time that you come clean now. Milady.
She says nothing. At the moment she is crying loudly and just cradling her daughter.
Alright, if she's not able to do so, I will.
Milady, we will gladly leave and never bother you again, but we need one thing from you. We need a name for her.
What are you talking about?
Just give us a name.
We need no explanation. We just need one name.
She glares at you. I don't know what you're implying.
Do you want us to tell him?
You needn't tell anything. You needn't do anything. All we need is one name.
Yeah.
She keeps beating you guys.
Look, we can do this two ways. Either we do it this way and you give us a name and we swear to you that we will never come back, we will never bother you again, or we will have to tell everything we have learned.
I
And
do
that-
not appreciate your tone, sir.
I do understand, sir, but this is a matter of importance. It's a matter of things that sometimes need a little bit of discretion.
All I can see is that you are so-called adventurers and you can go and destroy that beast.
Yeah,
The only one who can destroy that beast, truly, sir, is your wife.
What?
look, she
It
just needs to
is-
give us a damn name. We go talk to the priest and get this all sorted, huh?
What are you
Please
talking
understand, this has nothing to do with any implications. Your wife is of highborn blood, and thus she wields the power to name this foul fiend and banish it with the power that a name can give it.
That's a persuasion.
about? Yeah, roll persuasion on that. You say that highborn blood can do this?
Yes, and it
For
needs to
some
be a
of them,
woman.
yes.
Well, then, if it will protect our child, Ezra, you can do that. I'm not naming that thing.
Please, it is the only way.
Fine. God whelp for all I care.
Thank you. That is all we needed. Now then,
Go and destroy that thing before it comes back.
gladly, milady. Are you coming, you two? The hunt is on.
Sure thing.
Yep. I
As
didn't
you
even.
start to leave the room, you start to hear the high-pitched whine of a crying child.
I think we should prepare ourselves for zombos.
Yes, it will be invigorating.
Yeah, we're probably going to have to deal with these new friends. So
Yes.
For the sake
With
of
the
brevity, I'm
revenants.
just going to take you outside.
All right.
fair
I
enough.
assume we're headed straight to the graveyard.
Yeah. We're headed towards at least the river.
Alright. You make your way towards the river. And that is the wrong screen.
Oh my.
Duh.
Du- 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 du-
As you make your way through the town, you hear a bell tolling. It doesn't appear to be a church bell as you expected, but it sounds like an alarm bell. Even from the top of the hill, you look down into the town and you can see the small handful of guards that protect this town are running around with swords and shields prepared.
running around like chicken.
Yeah.
Here
And
we
you can
go.
see, from this point here on the hill, you can see a commotion over here.
We should probably head there.
I agree.
Alright. If you head down the hill and
We
round
should
the
have taken
houses,
the other. We should have taken the other route.
as you head down the hill, you can hear the commotion getting louder and louder, and you hear sounds of combat. As you enter the square,
Do we also hear the sound of baby crying getting loud?
you can hear that constantly in your head. No matter where you move or how you turn your head, you can always hear that.
All right.
You see, scattered across the riverfront, is around 6 zombies as they claw out of the mud. You see Captain Orla shouting out commands to her men, and she has them lined up. Each one is bracing a wooden barricade with a man behind him with a spear, jabbing at each zombie as it approaches. She looks over to you and bellows, "I've got this! What have you found out?"
Well,
Lots of things. We needed a name, and we need to banish the creature that's responsible for all this.
Just know. If you see some kind of creepy baby ghost, let us know. That's what we need.
Exactly.
I don't even want to know. Go deal with it. I'll deal with this.
All right. Graveyard.
Okay.
Did anyone think to pick up some wood or something we could use to make a marker?
We can carve it into the tree.
Okay.
Excellent suggestion.
You just run to the graveyard, and you see the priest isn't there. Just move him out of the way. Ignore him.
I don't see him anyway, because you haven't moved us.
I'm working on it. Shh. As you enter the graveyard, the oppressive darkness closes in as you enter it. Both George and our dragon and Zhana are almost blind in the unnatural darkness. A small torch flickers in the corner of the graveyard, giving a tiny bit of light. But other than that, you can't see very much.
You gotta appreciate this ambiance, don't you?
Hold on, I've got a torch.
Do you light a torch?
I'm gonna. Yeah, I light a torch.
Okay.
I think I have one in my Dungeoneer spec anyway.
You
So
light
I
a
would
torch?
like one. Yep.
I grab my club and I cast Shillelagh.
Hey! You're better than Zbornak.
You even said it correctly. Okay.
Yeah.
You can now see. You see that a few of the graves that were undisturbed earlier have now broken open. And you see trails of dirt leading out through the gate towards town.
I think we better hurry to the tree in the east.
That would be a good idea.
West.
It's west. Yeah.
Well, or the west, yeah.
Alright. Off you go.
Let's get moving.
Let's not hurry too much. There may be more interesting things to investigate if we don't hurry too much.
As you get closer, the cry seems to be louder and louder.
And louder. As we arrive at the tree.
I think
Zhana,
this is it.
you
Yep.
feel something pierce in your mind as you step forward, as the screaming reaches a crescendo and suddenly stops. The soil under your feet is soft.
Okay.
This is promising.
Yeah, I think it's kind of one to get back out of bed now.
Alright. I think it's time for us to make certain that it has a name now.
Okay, so it was Whelp. So I was going to take my
Still,
dagger out. And,
Here lies Whelp.
yeah, just to cap that in.
We never knew where you came from.
No, that's a lie.
Yeah, if you want to write a whole obituary, then you take over.
I don't have a dagger. All I have is a long sword, a pike, and a javelin. Or do you want me to carve it with my shield?
You could use my dagger.
I think here lies Whelp. Will suffice for now.
Good. So here lies Whelp. There.
Hold on, let me add something. And Necronus pulls out his dagger and scrolls under, you deserve better and justice will be done.
You
In what
sense-
language do you write that?
I'd probably say common.
Oh, common. That's the most fun for this.
You sense for the briefest moment the darkness around you appears to lighten, but then closes in again as you hear the horrendous scream of a child.
What else
Constitution
can we
saving throws,
do?
everybody.
I fail.
Yeah, George, you are stunned. You stagger back and lean against the wall as white light invades your vision. Your head is pounding. You can't see. But your two
God damn it! Now
companions,
it's not the time for migraine.
your two companions see the soft earth shift. You see the little hands and the bald, twisted head. The multi-fanged mouth as it wriggles out of the ground. It opens its mouth and starts to wail again. And around it,
Humans.
creatures appear, summoned by its cry. Roll initiative.
Well, anybody know any lullabies?
What are you saying? Ah.
Hey, does a crit on initiative do anything?
It means you go first. If no one else rolls higher. It doesn't really mean much.
Yeah, the Spectre rolled higher.
I was hoping Sephi would get an attack of opportunity or something.
Yeah.
Nah. Sadly, you've been ambushed at this point. You alright?
Oh shit, it's gotten to him.
Yeah, I will. I will get all right. Just had a coughing fit. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Alright.
Let's move Specky up. Alright. So then. Top of the round. This one gets to go first. And for simplicity's sake, we'll mark you red. The visage of a young woman rises from the grave and proceeds towards you and swipes at you.
Well, that's a hit.
Yep. So that does hit you. You must succeed a Constitution saving throw. Whoops, sorry, Specky, you can't do that. You
He
passed that,
saves.
Oh, good.
but you do take 16 necrotic damage.
Jesus fuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
That brings me down to 8, I think. Yeah. Yeah, 8.
Oh, you're squishy.
Yes, he's squishy.
Yep.
I mean, it's level 3.
Alrighty then.
You have your health potion, your potion of healing.
Zhana, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm going to aim at this spectre here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to cast Chromatic Orb.
Ooh, roll it.
Okay, 1 second. Chromatic Orb. Can't find it on the attacks. Sorry. Level 2? Or is it level 1? Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to go with fire.
Alright.
And then it's 3d8 of... Right, what do I need to roll? It says range spell attack. Try to find what I need to roll here, because it's not on the actual attacks.
I'm not sure, actually. Just need to double check there. Make an attack roll and add your your.
Right. So, would it be charisma for the magic?
Yeah, that's the word
Okay.
I was looking for.
17 charisma.
That hits.
Yeah, and it's 3d8s. So 1, 2, 3 d8s. 10.
All right. So you attempt to set this thing on fire. It flails around, and part of it puffs into mist, but it reforms slightly. It doesn't seem to have taken as much damage as you hoped it would.
That's not good. I think that's all I can really do.
Okay. Next up is your little friend. She's going to drift forward. She's going to attack to hit you.
Okay.
9 misses you, I assume.
Yep. Because I've got 14 AC, so...
My tiefling friend.
Yes, I would like to consume my potion of healing.
You can do that on a bonus action.
Yeah, just gotta do that right away, and then
Yeah.
we'll go further.
Drinky. So that's
Yeah,
1d4 plus 4.
1d4 plus 4. D4 is... So that's a 7.
Yep. So you heal 7 health.
Okay, let me
You still have your movement and action now.
let me quickly put that back. 15. So since I've already Shillelagh, I'm going to use that club to try to bash what's in front of me in the head.
Roll it.
Jealous, envious.
Have you
6
set it
misses.
to be a shillelagh?
No, didn't have time for that, but you can just... Was it miss anyway?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Okay. I think it's my turn then.
Alright then. So the
Sorry.
What?
Thank you.
botchling slithers forward. And it's trying to take a bite of Zhana's tail. Those little babby teeth. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Christ.
Those are sharp teeth.
Damn it, Specky, you don't get to do the damage.
Oh, sweet Jesus. That's 21.
Yeah, and you need to make a DC 16 Constitution saving throw.
Okay, Constitution save. Please, will of God work. Okay, Constitution save. Damn it.
You are unconscious for a minute.
Damn.
Yikes.
Yep.
George,
Maybe a little bit under-leveled for this.
Oh.
Is
the
judging...
vision clears and the ringing in your head stops as you look around and you realize your companions are in trouble.
Fuck. Okay. I'm sorry, bottling, but I miss.
Oh, God.
You do. No, you don't get advantage because Xana's unconscious.
Yep.
Do you want to try anything else?
Actually, action surge.
Alright.
I'm going to do it again.
That is a critical hit. Alright. So that's doubled your dice. Okay. The child screams out as you deal a savage wound to it, and it starts to cry. As it
Terribly sorry about that.
as it cries in pain, the two spectres seem to be pushed back.
That is merciful.
Well,
I think it's obvious what needs to be done now.
Stunned. Oh no, you're not stunned. You got a nat 20. So this one seems to gather itself and moves forward again. This time bypassing the tiefling and going for George.
All right. Hello.
This is
Oh, that's lucky.
Zhana, you are unconscious, I'm afraid.
Yep.
This spectre moves forward, passes over you, towards George.
Come on, Aaron Jesus.
11. That misses you, I'm afraid.
Still a miss, yes. But now I'm in a murder sandwich.
Necronus, you know what I'm going to say?
Shillelagh.
Top of the morning to you.
Burn all the babies!
That is
Oh,
exactly what I was about to
Jesus.
do.
I have waited for that to be relevant.
Yes, that's going to be a firebolt straight to the brat.
Set the fledgling on fire there.
Oh, Jesus. That hits.
Oh, for God's sake.
And I know exactly what it's going to try to do.
You burn off the downy little fuzz of hair on its peach skin head.
Peach?
I know you value your haircut, so take this.
I can't believe.
Now you have to return to the grave out of shame.
Okay. The botchling clambers on to Zhana.
Really?
Yep.
Thought he would focus on me now.
Nope. Zhana, could you make me a Constitution saving throw?
Oh, please. Please. 20.
20. Oh, you're fine.
Oh, good.
The creature nestles into the hollow under your chin. And it seems to be stroking your skin. As your friend George watches, you can see some sort of energy come off the hand of the creature, but it dissipates before it touches your friend. So whatever it tried to do, didn't work.
Not the mama.
Not the mama!
I had to.
George, what are you gonna do?
Well, what do you guys think? Should I attack one of the spectres or should I go for the botchling?
With a quick 11 Arcana, can I tell what that was?
You can tell that whenever the botchling was... Oh wait, you're trying to see what you're doing? Basically, it was trying to feed off her.
Okay.
Okay.
It's now gotten a little bit hungry for life force, so you should probably keep that in mind.
Okay, I move there. And I do another long sword to the
Oh, that
fledgling.
missed.
That
That's
hits.
a miss. That hits?
That hits. It's a
All right.
baby. 5 slashing
5.
damage.
It's going to wail again.
The baby cries out, and again, the spectres recoil.
I'm already unconscious, so.
This one comes forward again into its old position and tries to attack George.
All right.
13?
Nope.
Misses.
13? Nope.
Zhana, you're still unconscious. I'm really bad. It's just like you're unconscious for a minute. There's nothing I can do about it. You can't even make saving throws while you're unconscious. Oh wait, someone else has to wake you, or you need to take damage. All right,
Oh.
this one
Someone kick me in the
again
face.
comes forward and attempts to attack George.
Hello. That hits.
21. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
That's an 11. That's a
You
success.
succeed, but you do take 13 necrotic damage.
Okay. Yeah.
My dear tiefling.
I'm going to try something very stupid.
All right. Murder sandwich?
Yeah, but I'm going to try to reach out for what was it? What was it called again?
Botchling?
For the botchling's hand and try to basically give it my finger to hold on to.
Roll me a dexterity save.
That's grappling.
It bites you.
How much damage?
16.
Ow! Yes. I'm at -1 now.
You're unconscious.
Doesn't even give me a chance to use Hellish Rebuke.
Great, now I have to save everyone.
You do. It is the botchling's turn. The botchling climbs off Zhana onto our little tiefling and tries to do the same thing. Could you make me a Constitution saving throw, please?
Constitution. No.
Oh dear.
Oh, no. All right.
You
First of
gain
all,
1 level of exhaustion.
well,
You
What does
don't
that
know
do?
what effect it had on the botchling.
most likely, regaining hit points.
George, what are you gonna do?
Well, if I leave these two, gotta do what I gotta do. First off, I'm
Any rest
using second wind to regain a little bit of hit points.
Nice. Do you want to roll that for yourself then?
Yeah, will do. That'll be 7 hit points that I gain.
Good.
Then I will move, giving both of them an attack of opportunity.
Yep. So first one, 23.
Hit.
I need a Constitution saving throw and take 6 necrotic damage.
Okay. Saved.
Good, okay. And did you take the damage?
Hang on. Taken.
And what's your AC?
Beats it. It's 18.
12
So it's
necrotic
another
damage,
12.
and I need another
Great.
Constitution save.
Great. I'm down to 4. And another Constitution save. Okay. Yeah. Not hitting, so I'm reduced by 1.
No, that is your maximum hit points is reduced by 12.
By 12. Okay. So I'm now at a max of 16. Great.
So, what are you going to do? The boxling looks at you.
Yeah, I'm using my potion of healing.
Alright. I'll let you take that as a bonus action, so you do still have an action.
First, sorry.
Oh, wait, sorry. Your second win was your bonus action, so this would be your action.
Yeah.
Okay, roll it.
That's 1d4 4 plus 4, right?
Yep.
That's 7 hit points. At least I'm not completely dead yet.
That's next round.
Yeah.
Bloody creature tried that and it didn't work. Alright.
Yeah, that's it.
Forward.
Yes.
It misses you. Oh, thank God.
Yep.
Zhana's still unconscious.
Another one coming. It's coming closer.
Oh, please.
It misses.
Oh, thank Christ.
Creature, I need you to make me a death saving throw, please. That's a D20.
A D20.
That is one failure.
God.
It is the botchling's turn, and it is going to turn on you, George, and attempt to bite you.
Come on.
Ow.
Oh,
Ow.
Oh, Jesus!
I'm dead.
Oh, God.
I'm dead.
and that's it, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what we call a TPK.
Good night, everybody.
Minus 17
That's all, folks.
leads to I'm now at -6, plus I need to do the DC saving throw, at least.
Alright.
Theoretically. But no, we're all dead.
Yep.
Dead,
we're all
dead,
dead.
dead.
To darkness.
Yeah. Well, some you win, some you lose. Most you lose.
Yeah.
He's
At least
fade
it didn't
to
happen last
darkness.
week.
Zhana,
How is it?
you feel something grip your shoulder.
Yep.
And you hear a voice in your you hear a voice. Wake up.
I'm awake. Okay, I'm awake.
What happened? I saw that thing.
Yeah, we kind of need to properly make sure it's gone. So, yeah, we gave it a name. I was just gonna play with a trick. Could you kind of do the whole whatever it is your priests do to consecrate?
Graves.
Yeah.
Wait, I can't say anything. I'm still kind of dead.
Yeah, he's casting healing word on you. Actually, let me just double check. I'm pretty sure he has spells because he's a priest. Yeah, he does. He has cure wounds. Just let me get that for you.
Thank you.
God damn it.
We tried our best, and now we're toast.
Alright. So he casts Cure Wounds. And he's gonna cast it at 3rd level.
Well,
So
that
that
means I
is-
now have exactly 1 hit point.
Oh no, you always start from 0.
Okay, that means I have 7 hit points. Great.
No, that means you have 13.
Oh, 13.
Okay. And then he's going to pass over to our warlock companion. He's going to do the same. You
Yeah.
heal 15 points.
15. That's something.
Hold still. Hold still. And he's going to use his last
Someone
level
got
3
the number
spell
of that buggy that ran over us.
slot. You get 20 points, Zhana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
22.
I saw the spectres. I saw the creature.
Lovely little thing, isn't it?
As you speak, you see the priest kind of straighten up as you hear the soft.
Oh, great.
Still around.
This time, it's not in your head,
Wait.
and it appears to be coming from somewhere nearby.
You can stop crying. We're not dead yet.
Look,
Kinda wish I was. Oh.
look. I appreciate you not killing us completely.
Zhana, you try and look around, but there's just too much dirt in your eyes and you can't have a good look.
Oh,
Miss Wiltshire.
let's
Creature,
investigate where that's coming from.
as you look around and you see the faint light from the priest's torch, you see a small bundle crouched beside the wall. It looks a lot smaller than the creature you fought.
Wait. Wait. What's
What
that?
is that?
Down here.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the one who kicked our ass. Oh.
As you go down, you see the botchling. It's smaller now. And when you fought it earlier on, it was probably about the size of a 1-year-old. This one, the same one, as you can see the wounds that you've put on it, is now the size of an undernourished newborn. And it is crying and whimpering.
What is...
Step out of the way.
Do I have any idea what's happening?
I would probably.
That hits.
Well,
Okay,
why
so-
are you instantly burning?
That
No,
burning
he's
is freezing it.
freezing it.
Okay, what do we roll?
Oh wait, you're rolling Arcana. I thought you were attacking there. Sorry. Do you want to do the breath attack first or the Arcana check first?
I'd say do the Arcana first.
I would Arcana
Yeah.
first.
The botchling is weakened. It no longer has the power over the dead that it once had. Even its cries are weak, and they don't make you feel ill as they did before. As it looks up towards Zhana, it reaches its hands out, and you hear a strangled "Mama."
So what do I have to roll to do the damage?
Do you want to?
I'm using the breath weapon.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Use your action dice to
This is
eliminate
not
50 for
good.
code. Each enemy must make a Constitution saving throw, taking full damage on a failed save. I'm not sure. Let's see, 5e breath weapon.
It has to take. Yeah.
I'd say a d8.
Hit D8. Right.
Okay, but it has to make a Constitution saving throw,
Okay.
which is 8 plus your Constitution modifier. What's your Constitution modifier?
My Constitution modifier is +2, so it's a 10.
And your proficiency bonus?
Proficiency, I'm not sure. Where would it be? I can't see a proficiency. Where would it?
It is 2.
2. So that would be 4. Would that be 12?
And this thing has a +1 to its con save, so that is a modified 20. So it survives. It succeeds, so it takes half damage. So do you want to roll your d8?
Yep. Roll my D8. Not the mama.
So it takes 3 damage. It had 2
It's already
hits
hurting.
left.
2 hit points left.
As
That thing.
you watch
was
your
cold.
companion open their mouth and blast out a frigid, cold gust towards this creature, The creature shudders in on itself and curls. It almost seems to wither until it appears to be dried out and skeletal.
Can I stamp on it?
The creature is still there.
Yeah, I stamp on
It
it.
is not moving.
Okay, I'm stamping on it.
As you stamp on it, it doesn't appear to do any further damage.
Priest. I assume you are qualified to give last rites.
Yes, but what is that? Is it a child?
It's a
It
ghost
was
child.
meant to be a child. If you were so kind to put it into the ground and
Name's Whelp.
just take my word for it, the name is Whelp.
Whelp. That doesn't
Yes.
seem to be an appropriate name.
I
name
know
we
it's
got.
not my fault.
Do you know what this is?
Yeah, it's a ghost baby. It's a dead baby.
This is what happens when somebody waits way too long with their abortion.
Jesus Christ.
It's what you get when a stillborn isn't a stillborn.
He takes his shawl off his shoulder and he gently wraps the small child. And you say you know how to fix this. You gave it a name?
Yes. A name, a proper burial, and it's hopefully going to pass on to something better than whatever this is.
Than the pitiful existence it had to lead.
Okay, he's just lifted that up. Are you kin to this thing? He's looking directly at the tiefling as he's saying this, by the way.
You would assume, but not that I know of. Which means I'm about 99% certain.
And let me see, how smart is he? Oh yeah, he knows. Then you say a name, giving it a name will set it to rest. But if you're not kin, you don't have that power.
We
The
got the
name.
kid to give it a name.
The name came from its, let's call it a mother.
But she
They
gave it
wish
to
to
you,
st-
not the child.
Are you saying
said
that we
call
need
it
to
what-
get her over here?
Perhaps. And if you put it in an empty hole in the ground, is not much better. A child needs to be with its family.
I see where this is going.
But the family is difficult, Father.
Father, for a word, this is going to be a little bit delicate, but I know that you hear all kinds of... Here's my... But I know that's what you think anyway. We would need you to, get someone to have a word with the Lord of the Manor while all of this is happening. Would be nice if he didn't notice. Makes it easier.
I think I understand what you're talking about.
Good, because I'd hate to spell it out.
Very well. I will put this one to rest in the chapel for now. It seems to be sleeping. Perhaps we can at least spare it some of its torture for now.
Thank you.
Perhaps.
He
Perhaps
takes
we can, yeah.
the carefully wrapped bundle and he heads off into the church. As he's going, you can hear him muttering prayers under his breath. As you leave.
Better hope he works for one of the good gods. You know, the ones that have power.
All gods have power if you believe in them.
And
Yes, that's my
with
worry.
that, we will take a very quick break because I have to go to the loo. I'm sorry. Back in a sec.
You do well, my dear friend.
Oh, well, that could have gone better.
Well, we live.
Via Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah. Well, Priest Ex Machina.
Yeah, pretty much. wonder-
Apparently, during the death, I lost the accent.
Yeah, it's a concussion.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, you need to find it again.
At least it happened. We got TPK'd this week rather than last week.
Right.
Yeah, last week would have been not
So
that
this
great.
is what happens when you're in a party without healers.
Yeah. I can only heal myself, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's. And to be honest, I've got zero experience as an actual proper full-fledged spellcaster. I've just got paladin experience, so.
Also, I feel like this was a little bit over-leveled for level 3 party.
Well, no, I think if we'd got a bit luckier with, and if we'd known that we had to attack the Sprog first, then I would have used the orb on it.
Yeah,
I would have.
it's kind of understandable to have some hesitations about putting a sword in a ghost baby.
Yeah.
I would say if it's got more teeth than the Osmond family, you should probably put a sword in it.
You realize you said it while playing a Dragonborn.
That's true, but I got a nice smile. Mine, I don't have multiple rows of them reaching down the back of my throat.
Come on, we're not talking about Spornik this week.
I was just going to say my regular character now.
Oh god, I forgot about. No, actually, no, I hadn't forgotten. My mind had sort of blocked that.
Hey, bloody thanks.
Not everyone with multiple teeth down the throat can be as nice as dear old Zabornak.
I'm sorry. Returned. Alright then. So,
Splendid.
Excellent.
with you and the Teistan priest in tow, you make your way across the village. There we go. Back towards the manor house. As you cross the bridge, you glance out over the marketplace to check on your companions and allies, and you notice all the undead have fallen.
Yeah.
Many of them without any martial weapon marks upon them. Some are floating in the river.
Oh, that's a good sign.
That's a That's a lot of relocation we'll have to do.
Always good to see a bunch of corpses laying around.
Well, at least they're not walking around.
That's something at least.
So, these return to the manor house. Just let me arrange a few things. And there we are. You return to the manor. Doo-doo-doo. And you find the doors open.
Yeah.
The,
Great.
Interesting.
the footman is standing at the doorway.
Hey, remember us?
Yes, I remember you. The lord of the house would like a word. Urgently.
Convenient.
Let's get on with it then.
As you enter the waiting room, you see Lord Henrik sitting on a bench. He's
Sir?
slumped over. His elbows are on his knees, his head in his hands, and a crumpled piece of parchment is clenched in his fist.
Let me guess. No happy goodbyes.
And he looks up at you. And are you back to take more from me?
take
What
back,
is secured?
take from you.
He throws the piece of paper at you.
Oh, it's certainly going to read it.
Who's reading it?
I shall do it. Aesthetically.
Okay. You read through the note. It's rather nice flowing handwriting. And it appears to be from the lady of the house. Basically saying she caused the death of one of her children that was not Henrik's, and she can't bear to be the cause of the death of another.
Uh-oh.
Guild's got to.
Is that all it says?
Yep, that's about it. My wife took her own life not long after you left.
And we tried to be
And-
so polite about this.
I take it you knew more than you let on. What does she mean, a second child?
This is going to get really awkward, sir.
Okay, I'm leaving this to you two because I ain't tactful.
Necronus is a little bit torn because, on one hand, he knows it would be best to be very tactful and understanding right now, but it is so tempting to twist the knife. So it's going to make. Well,
Sorry,
You
I
see-
just remembered the priest is supposed to be here too.
You see,
you see,
your
as we are all mortal, no one is above the occasional indiscretion, and I'm afraid your wife was
she had a weak moment.
so taken with shame about one of hers that she made a rash decision that she has come to regret, like deeply good person that she no doubt was. That being that you saw attack your daughter was, well, it was her other daughter who did not live past it her first day.
What? I had another child?
You did not. She had.
In a manner of speaking, it could have been a child that it could have taken as your own.
You see
But
his
it would not
face harden as you say that, as understanding passes over his features. And you're saying, my wife's infidelity will cause the death of my only daughter.
Not if we act now.
And what
What
do
we-
you suggest?
What we need to do is reunite mother and wayward child in death in a way that they could not be in life. Their last rites, they shall be united, and they shall be laid to rest together.
You see, his face is kind of twitching somewhere between grief, rage, and sorrow, and he doesn't quite know what to do. And the priest is kind of leaning over and just setting a hand on his shoulder. And you think, this will save my daughter and her child.
We
I'd say so.
we believe that it is her only chance.
She woke not 15 minutes ago. Her fever's broken. She asks where her mother is, but I can't answer her.
Yes, it would probably be best. if you spared her that for a moment. At least until the rites are completed.
Yes. Though technically she is the only other living kin, this child.
To be fair, the priest looks up at you. Whelp isn't exactly what you would call a name.
Yes.
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
Yes. She was so afraid to tell the truth that she gave it the name of Whelp.
If only she had added another line in there. Okay, this is going to be a bit tricky.
What would you have called the second child, my lord?
I think we need to ask the daughter to give a name,
Unfortunately.
No. There's going to be a really discussion there.
See, the gods agree with me.
The gods are playing music.
Yes, the Heavenly Chorus has informed that this assertion is correct.
I
Well,
feel I should fetch the remains before we continue.
Yes, but bundle it up well.
I will. Why don't you go and, gently as possible, explain the situation. I will return shortly. With that, the priest hurries out. And apparently deforms himself.
Flattened by grief. Terrible. Well, you lead the way, sir.
Alright. He looks like standing up is a monumental effort for him at the moment, as he very slowly starts to walk towards the stairs. Alright, let me just grab these. Move these. He's all moved. Here. As he leads the way through. He pauses at this door for a moment. And you can see a few tears leak down his face as he continues on.
Necronus, while he passes door, is just going to mutter, "You fucking moron."
And again, because I forgot to draw a door. I should also move Specky up here. There we are.
let's warp through there.
There's a door, I forgot to draw it. He enters into the room, and as you follow in, you see the young woman seemingly has her colour back in her face. She's sitting up, and she's awake and alert. Father.
Hello.
Darkness,
Hello.
my friend.
Flooding lights have gone again.
You see him just walk very quickly over and just hug his daughter. Father, what's going on? Who are these people?
We are...
Who is this? If you had a sister, what would you call her?
What?
No,
Necronus.
I was not in character.
There have been things.
I'm afraid we are bearers of bad news.
Yes.
What do you mean?
It has come to pass that your mother has been taken by deep grief. And the grief was such a burden that her heart could not withstand it anymore.
you see her face just completely fall in shock as she looks to her father, and he just grimly nods. And you see her face just completely well up. What do you mean? Father, what's going on?
Yes,
He opens his mouth to talk and he can't. He just holds her close.
She thought she was going to lose you.
and that together with an old wound to her soul has broken her heart, and thus she died in her sleep.
As his daughter starts to cry in his arms, you see Henrik just kind of look at you and mouth, "Thank you." And you hear at the door,
Please enter.
and in comes the priest. In his arms, you can see a swaddled bundle and a clean white baptismal robe.
And this, I'm afraid, is the older source of grief that your mother had. You may have been too young to remember, but when you were little, she was with child once again. But the child, it was too weak to make it, and so it had to be buried before it was even a day old. The one thing that she could not do in her grief was to give it a name. And we are afraid that this has not allowed it to rest, causing both your illness and the troubles in town that you may have heard about. And so I'm afraid it falls to you to give this, your sister, a name so we can lay her to rest properly.
You can see she's just processing this for the moment. As the priest sits gently at the end of her bed, he's holding the swaddled bundle in such a way that the face is covered, but it is very obviously a baby. It's my responsibility for this. What good will a name do? It's
Names have power, my dear.
Only a name will allow us to give it the proper burial, the proper last rites, to allow it passage to the next realm.
She reaches out for the bundle, and the priest just kind of holds it back away from her, and he looks at you guys. He's like,
I'm sorry. You have to understand that a lot of time has passed. It is not a sight that your heart could bear.
she kind of looks at her father, and he seems to be disagreeing as well, but give her here. Please, if you want me to help, I want to see.
What was that roll?
That was a shit roll. She was going to attempt to persuade the priest. And the priest is not listening to her, he's looking at you guys.
Well, the appearance may shock you, but again, you have to understand that the way its spirit was not allowed to pass on has warped it along with the tribulations of time and the soil. so it may seem strange and foreign to you. Do you understand this?
I understand.
Then, by all means.
Okay. The priest very reluctantly hands over the bundle. And she takes it in her arms, but she doesn't remove the covering on it. She just kind of holds it as you would a child. Believe it or not, I remember Mother being pregnant. I was only young myself. I remember she wanted to call it Gregory if it was a boy, or Elizabeth if it was a girl. I was going to take Elizabeth for my own child if it was a girl, but I suppose it seems more fitting for my
Yes.
sister. She kind of looks at her father in confusion, and he just kind of nods. Then Elizabeth, then.
Thank you. You have allowed not one but many spirits to rest peacefully this day. This is a great good that you have brought, and it will not be forgotten.
The priest lifts the bundle from her again, and you can see Henrik just kind of whisper to his daughter, "Just try and get some rest. We'll deal with the rest. I'll send the midwife to check on you." She kind of nods and settles back in the bed. "Gentlemen and lady, perhaps now is a good time to depart. We have
I concur.
arrangements to be made." Alright. The priest stops shoes in the hallway.
Right.
And you see he's holding the bundle very gently in his hand, as if it was an actual newborn baby now. "I will take Elizabeth back to the church. I'm sure Henrik will arrange for Esma to be brought over, and we'll bury them together. Perhaps that will lift the curse."
I'm fairly certain it will.
I too am confident.
I'd like you to hang around at least until after the burial, just in case.
Of course.
Most certainly.
Of course.
Not a problem.
And for the sake of Henrik, let's not disclose what has happened. If anyone asks,
Naturally.
it was an evil beast and it was vanquished.
Naturally. How could it have been anything else?
He nods a thank you, and he motions for you to lead the way outside. And for the sake of brevity... So then, as your party leaves the house, you did as requested. You stayed in the village for a few more days. You heard that there was much celebrating. Once they heard that the vicious beast that was causing their loved ones to rise had been slain by these heroes, you were celebrated in the town. You got a few more delightful trinkets from the store owner. The local blacksmith fixed up your armor and weapons. You'd had free board and food at the inn for a few days. You thankfully were able to see that Hannah recovered very well, and she returned to her guard duties. You stayed for a respectful funeral of the lady of the manor, who apparently fell afoul of one of the creatures that took her life. She was buried in a private ceremony with the family, and a stone was created rather quickly, bearing her name, along with another one, born sleeping, Elizabeth. Yous wait around for another day, taking turns to watch the graveyard along with the priest. And when all said and done, you are finally assured that the creature has been laid to rest. You decide to make your leave. And as you make your way out of town, you pass by the graveyard one last time. And you see a little girl sitting on the wall, smiling. And she waves to you and disappears. The end. What do you think?
Oh, that was
a very merciful thing.
yeah.
That was, yes.
I think we totally beefed it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely not like we had help from the DM at the end.
So, to give you a little bit of context of what happened, the botchling became a lubberkin. A lubberkin is what happens when a botchling is accepted and loved by its kin. It is now still technically a similar creature to a botchling, but it is now benevolent. It will protect the children of the family. So
Convenient.
you essentially have given this family a guardian spirit.
Nice.
If you had just destroyed it and left it, it would have turned into a mireling, which would have slowly consumed the souls of not just the child and its family, but every child in the village.
Oh.
So we did the right thing.
You did.
Even if I did stamp on it.
Necronus would have found it fascinating. This way he has much more black magic.
Pretty much. See if you'd have just left it there. See if you'd have just buried it again under the tree. That wouldn't have counted. It would have turned into a mireling. That there. So, usual thing. Play of the game.
DM!
Yeah.
Bunch of the game. The DM needing to help.
Yeah, I think it was my attempt to pacify botchling. It's not a good idea.
Yeah.
I was just hoping that you could just punt it.
I think
No, it was just like, I'm a pet, the vicious fucking thing, and I'm just gonna bite my hand off. I should have made it take your finger off.
I mean, it would have worked by movie logic.
it's only a flesh wound.
Yeah, that's true.
And here's the thing, you wouldn't have got a free potion if you hadn't have saved Hannah.
Oh, I mean,
That's
If you
useful.
hadn't have saved Hannah, the guard would have been openly hostile to you. Because
Could have
they
attacked
were
you back then.
pretty much gonna blame the tiefling on it.
Yeah.
It's good job I dragged the Batman in,
Good,
didn't it?
good thing that we stormed out and saved her.
So overall, what do you think of the story?
I enjoyed it.
fine story.
I'll,
Very
keep a
nice
hold
story.
of it. I'm genuinely surprised you hit on all the notes.
Oh, really?
It's just like, let's go to the graveyard, let's go to the manor, let's go to the midwife. It's like,
It seemed pretty like the logical progression.
Yeah, very much.
For a while I wasn't expecting these to go there. But there you go. So,
You were
I'll be
starting,
honest, I would not have. Sorry.
Nah, you were starting earlier.
I would not have thought of the midwife. I think that was Sephirothwolf.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I had to go for the older midwife.
And I was the only one who decided then, okay, let's grab a guard.
Yeah.
Yep,
After we couldn't find her. Okay, she's not here. Okay, hey, you, where is she?
so
Also,
yes?
I hope it wasn't too obvious that I was struggling the entire time to take over nations because I know I have a high charisma.
Yeah, I've got like a quick check. My charisma's 16 with a +3, so
Same.
My charisma is a 14, so I was the shitty one. And I was the one trying to do it all the time.
My little dice tower, by the way. Isn't it cute? Dee-dee-dee. But, so yeah. For those in the chat, we did this little one-shot because we were missing 2 players from our main campaign. So barring any major disasters, we shall be going back to that next week.
Hey.
And we can find out the result of Tortlemania.
Tortlemania 2K19!
What you gonna do when the turtle comes to you?
So then, that's going to be a good night from me, a good night from Creature,
Good night.
a good night
And
from
keep
Derkork.
one eye open.
Oh, well, there we are. Sorry, I jumped in on you. A good
I
night
forgot
from...
where my accent is, so good night.
My accents are all over the fucking show. And good night from Sephi Senpai, Sephirothwolf.
Night. Night, night.
Actually, just before I go, there's one thing I want to do. If y'all remember our lovely thing last week, where is it? Where is it? Here it is. One of my favourite moments of the entire campaign so far was drawn by Sephi. I was going to show that
Just a
off.
rough sketch, though. Just a rough sketch, though, at the minute.
It's funny though. I love your style. So, there we are. And I will see you guys another time. Bye.
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 Night, night.